Call the March 29th work session for the Harnett County Board of Commissioners to order. It's good to see everyone here this morning. We've got a lot to do today, so I'm going to ask Commissioner Johnson if he will lead the pledge and the invocation.
Stand face the flag, please. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Remain standing for the prayer, please. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning as a body of people. We have some problems in the country. I'd just like to pray to you about those for your help. Much assistance as you can give us in this world. We appreciate that. We have an uptick of COVID spreading around the world again. We just ask for your blessings, protection from that. We have a lot of problems in the world, which is the attack on Ukraine, people losing their lives every day, and homeless by the millions. We just ask you please protect those people and put an end to that tragedy. Suicides among our veterans is just getting worse and worse. The homeless, we just have so many problems. We just ask for your help. Ask you to touch everybody in this audience here. Everybody has a special need. We just ask for your blessings. We thank you so much for what you've already done for us. And I ask these things in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Before we go to the first item on the agenda, I'll again remind everyone, please silence all electronic devices. All right, that being said, Ms. Honeycutt, you want to talk about the audit firm, Martin Starnes and Associates?
Yes, sir, I will. Good morning. In your package, you will find a request to approve an audit contract between the county and Martin Starnes, and that is to conduct the audit of the county's books for the fiscal year ending 2022. And if you have read through the agreement itself, you will notice the reference to several general statutes. General Statute 159-34 requires units of local government to undergo an independent audit of its books each year. And also in accordance with that, it requires a pre-audit certificate. And if you reference the statute, the oversight of the local government on local governments located throughout North Carolina, the commission actually exists to make sure that our books are kept in accordance with GASB, and that our grant funds, any type of federal state funding, is spent in accordance with those grant funds, that everything that we're supposed to be doing in accordance to laws and regulations are done. And to show how serious this is, the local government commission, you are required by the general statute to approve this contract each year and then to review and sign that audit contract itself. And so I think in light of all the issues that we've seen in the papers lately, it just continues to show that the oversight that you as a board have, not just once a year, but day to day through our contracts, through our anything we do has your oversight and in accordance with laws and regulations. I'm getting tongue-tied this morning. So if you have any questions, but we do this actually every single year. So.
Any questions for Ms. Honeycutt from the board? Is the board consensus of the board to contract with Martin Starnes and Associate for our audit this year? Ms. McCoy? You okay?
Yes.
Okay, it's the consensus of the board. So if you will put that on the consent agenda for Monday. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Honeycutt. We like for Harnett County to be in the news, but not like Spring Lake.
No, sir.
That's for sure.
Bill Martin and Starnes keep us out of the news.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll move to the next item, text amendment to the UDF.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're back in regards to a text amendment that we brought before the board at the last work session in regards to an amendment to the UDO. The section that talks about fire hydrants and fire flow and duration. And the board at that time had some questions about what surrounding counties was doing in that. And so we had Rodney with the emergency management and the fire marshal's office has done some homework. And I think it might be the best thing to do is let him come up here today and take you through some of the findings that he found, and then we can discuss those findings after that point. By the way, everybody got a copy, right? I know I sent one earlier, and then I think Rodney sent his final update on Friday, and it looks like I saw everybody had, all the commissioners at least had copies.
Good morning.
Morning.
After surveying the surrounding counties, we found that several jurisdictions are using ISO method. ISO requires, it affects 1 and 2 family dwellings. We're talking about strictly residential this time. 1 and 2 family dwellings not to exceed 2 stories in height for a duration of 1 hour. They require a minimum of 500 gallons per minute, and that's based off separation distance between the occupancies. So if it's greater than 30 feet between the 2 dwellings, then it will be 500, and it increases from there depending on their separation distance. So from 0 to 10 feet, that would be 1,500 gallons per minute for a 1 hour duration. 11 to 20 is 1,000. The other method that's commonly used in surrounding jurisdictions is the Appendix B out of the North Carolina Fire Protection Code. And up to 3,600 square feet, they require 1,000 gallons, yes, 1,000 gallons per minute for a duration of 1 hour. We do have a couple of jurisdictions that's slightly different, that they have not adopted a nationally recognized standard, such as Johnson County. Their goal is up to 500 gallons per minute, but they do not have a duration tied to theirs. Some of their, what we found with their local municipalities, Andrew currently has a 500 gallon per minute requirement with no duration, but the biggest thing with the municipalities, they hadn't had a whole lot of growth until now, and I think the majority of those has identified the need to revisit this as well. So, any other questions?
Yeah, I noticed there's still some information that we asked for at the last meeting missing. What was it, what was the duration that you were proposing?
We had proposed 2 hours. So ISO, which
Why
is,
are we doubling everybody else?
well, we're strictly talking about residential. So when you start looking at commercial, there's some 2 hour duration requirements with ISO dependents also. And
Well, I'm looking here and under minimum duration, Chatham, Cumberland, Moore, Sampson, and Wake all have 1 hour. And you're
Yes.
wanting to go to 2 hours?
the 1 hour is strictly for residential. So if you look
Okay.
at ISO requirement for commercial, they're 2 hours as well as Appendix B. Also, North Carolina Office of State Fire Marshal, who is contracted with the Insurance Service Office to conduct their protection class ratings, they won't recognize any water source that will not flow in excess of 250 gallons per minute for a duration of not less than 2 hours.
Is this a new requirement that they've come out with?
No, sir, that's been there for a while.
Is this a state law, policy, procedure? What is this?
It's not a law. We're rated through Insurance Service Office, ISO,
Right.
and that's how our public protection class is determined, which ultimately determines your insurance premiums. So it's factored in there. Like I said, they won't recognize any water supply that will not sustain 250 gallons a minute for 2 hours.
Have they been recognizing it? Or have they not? How are they recognizing it in these other counties? And in fact, Johnston County, one of the 3 fastest growing counties in this state, they don't even have a duration. And they only require 500 gallons per minute.
Well, their duration is not, it's not required. It's not identified in an ordinance. But when you start talking about hydrants, they're typically going to flow in excess of 2 hours. We're trying to get the duration. What brought about these conversations is when we start looking at alternative water supplies, such as static tanks, community wells, and things of that nature. Our UDO currently just says 500 gallons per minute.
So if the ISO, if the ISO is saying 250 for 2 hours, what's the opposition of just making it 250 for 2 hours then? Instead of
That's the minimum. You're still not meeting your fire flow needs, and you can use multiple 250 gallon per minute sources. Is kind of the way ISO looks at it. They just won't give you credit for any water source that will flow less than 250 towards your rating.
I got a couple of questions. How many fire hydrants are there in Harnett County?
Probably, Steve may be a better answer. I would say in excess of 3,000, probably 3,000, 3,500.
How many of those 3,000 will meet this, what you're asking?
When you say meet it, do you mean meet the 500 gallons per minute standard?
You're asking for 1,000 gallons per minute for 2 hours. Correct?
We're asking for 500 gallons per minute for 2 hours.
Yes, 500 gallons per minute for 2 hours.
I mean, all that is determined, it's not as simple because it doesn't stay static. So different variables change what that hydrant will flow at a certain point. But if you've got multiple trucks out there pulling in a subdivision off different hydrants, I guarantee you that there's going to be some that don't meet that standard. But we always strive to meet that standard when they do go out and do their ISO testing. So there's certainly some out there that won't meet that standard. But keep in mind, I mean, the water system was built over the last 30 years, and the first 20 of it there was no standard. So, and that has since changed since we adopted the ordinance. I saw it brought up at the last meeting. I think you, Mr. Chairman, mentioned about a specific resident who had a complaint. Well, there was no ordinance then when that was built. If you had a 6-inch line, you know, we were going to try to put a fire hydrant on it and get as much water there as we could. But the system was built for residents to provide them with water. It's not meant to be a fire flow, or it wasn't initially. I think we've done a lot better since we adopted the ordinance because we made every development meet that standard. So that has greatly improved the fire flow capabilities of our system. And all these ratings, our system comes into play too. You can ask anybody with a fire marshal's office or any fire chief, a large part of the rating is they come back and rate our system. So the fact that we're able to meet those standards increase those ISO ratings and save money for taxpayers.
40% of the calculations involved in the ratings are based off of water supply. And I feel like that there's probably some hydrants that did meet it early on, 2011, 12, after it was implemented, that has kind of since fell off due to increased demand. So, you know, that's one thing we have to look at. When we start reducing these minimums now, what's the effects of, you know, the increased demand going to have on it down the road, and how's that going to affect future ratings?
When we talk about 250 gallons a minute, let me give you an example. Your meter at your house will probably do 50 gallons a minute under standard conditions, anywhere from 30 to 50 gallons a minute. So 250 gallons a minute, but if they hook a hose up to it, they're not getting anything really to do a lot of serious firefighting. And if you're able to just hook up and then suck that water source dry without minimum supply, you're creating even greater issues for people when a fire's going on.
A single fire hose, when we fight fire, we typically deploy 2 lines, and each of those are flowing 100, depending on the fire department, their SOGs, they're flowing 125 to 250 125 to 150 gallons per minute on an 1 3/4 hand line, on one hand line.
Would this be for new hydrants, or would this, or in new subdivisions, or is this existing, so we'll have to go back and make sure?
It would be for new.
So everything from here on, so the other ones will just be grandfathered into.
Understand that we currently require 500 gallons per minute, and we have since 2000, for a long time. That's not the question here today. The question is when they go out and do the initial test, do you want the duration where you get 500 gallons per minute to be for 1 hour or 2 hours? And so what we had initially took, and like I said, you can tell this is very complicated, and there's no standard across the state that says, hey, look, if you've got this, you gotta have it this way. And so we took what we considered somewhere in the middle of the industry standard, being what Rodney was talking about, the ISO, and I think the Appendix B, and we came up with the 2 hours, 500 gallons for 2 hours duration, which is kind of the industry standard. On top of that, we met with the state fire marshal's office a couple of months back, and they're talking about, hey, looks like in the future, there's gonna be an adoption in the state building code that says that you'll have to have this standard in place. And I think it was 1,000 gallons that he mentioned at that time. So we're already at 500 gallons, so 2 hours, with the 2 hours duration, it doesn't hurt to already be kind of well on our way for that. You won't, it's not an issue when we have developments that are close to where we want to build. So it's close to our services and stuff. What happens is when we start getting out on the outer edges of our lines, like Steve mentioned, that wasn't designed for fire flow. And so when you start getting on the outer edges and you're still requiring fire hydrants, it's those developments that are going to have trouble meeting the standard. The ones close in where we already have our services ready to go, where we want to grow, those generally hadn't been the issue. It's like I said, it's these ones on the perimeter. Well, obviously the land is a lot cheaper, and so a developer is trying to, he wants to buy that land out there and maybe grow out there. So that's what I mentioned at the last one, as another phase down the road. We want to accommodate maybe some of that growth on the outer edge, but we don't want it to be very dense growth. We'd like to have larger lots in those areas. And so if we do that, and that's what Rodney was talking about, separation. Separation right now is 20 foot. It can be smaller than that in some of these real dense developments, say Serenity or some of the other ones that are coming online soon. So if we created a new type of subdivision that required, say, 2-acre lots, then you could have some of these developed. And it seems to be a mindset for that when I talk to the leadership of the county, that, hey, maybe we should start looking at doing these large, more estate-style subdivisions on the perimeters of our development, where you don't have to, where you could lower your standards when it comes to fire flow, because if a house burned down, then it wouldn't burn down 5 more, which is the concern that we have. So I don't know if that helps the situation, but that kind of tells you where we're at.
You brought up an interesting point, Mark, about if a house catches on fire, it doesn't burn down 5 more. What does Brunswick County require? Oak Island had a disaster down there recently.
Absolutely. That's why we had the requirement in the ordinance where we had residential sprinklers for these really close
What do they require?
situations.
Because whatever they require, it didn't stop from burning about, what was it, 3 or 4 houses?
Yeah, they sit right on top of each other.
I know.
They're a lot line subdivision.
Well, we've got a lot of houses in Harnett County like that too,
Yeah, it'd be a lot safer if we had residential sprinklers and all of them. And they didn't have that in Brunswick County.
We ain't going there, Mark.
If you truly, and I get that, and I completely agree. I know we've been down that road before. But what I'm saying is if you want to completely, if you completely want to stop that, then that's probably your best answer
for that.
And the adoption of Appendix B, if that was something that we would pursue in the future, that takes into consideration for and allows reductions for residential sprinklers. But I think Steve will agree that this text amendment won't really affect the hydrated areas of our county. It was more geared toward these alternative methods, and that's what prompted the discussion initially. In 2011, when the ordinance was put in place, these other nationally recognized standards such as ISO and Appendix B, they were in place as well. But we didn't want to hamper growth, is my understanding, talking to some of our predecessors, and we didn't feel like we could meet 1,000 gallons countywide at the time. And with the the size of the homes they were building at the time, they felt like 500 gallons was adequate. So what prompted these discussions was there was some mention of some alternative methods such as community wells and static tanks. And if you look strictly at our ordinance, you could 2,000 gallon tank would meet our ordinance for 4 minutes, but we all know that's not going to provide adequate protection.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and I think, one of the things, we're looking at 2 hours. And obviously, as you look at the mention of the other locations, it shows 1 hour. If through the discussion, 2 hours seems too far, I would really request that we have at least a 1 hour minimum, 1 hour time frame put on this. That is going to give us at least some type of duration requirement, which allows us to have some control over how this happens. So if the 2 hours seems too far for us to go, I would request that we at least consider the 1 hour minimum, 1 hour time frame.
To me, 1 hour would be much more palatable than 2 hours, especially when I look at what surrounding counties are doing. Any other questions or comments from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I have a couple of questions I would like to ask. Mark, help me remember, I know we discussed this last work session, and if I remember correctly, it's your feeling that even though an hour is not currently stipulated in our regulations, that's kind of the understanding. And I think one of the things you mentioned earlier is that you would like to have it spelled out, whether it's 1 hour, 2 hours, 10 hours, whatever it is. So everybody's on the same page and there's not this, well, we think it should be this and the builder thinks it, well, it doesn't say that sort of thing. Okay. Second question I had, you mentioned larger lots. I think you mentioned 2 acre lots. So what would be the requirement for a development that had 2 acre lot sites, for example?
That's something we'd have to research and create. It came out of the small area plan for the Northwest plan we recently done. There was a recommendation in that plan that we consider looking at larger lots for these perimeter top, what we call perimeter on the edges of where we have utilities at, type developments. And so we haven't specifically designed that yet. I know that we spoke with Brent and we spoke with Coley about the idea, and we like the idea, and we think that it's probably necessary for us to do that. But we don't actually have the details quite yet on that. But it would, look, it may not have fire hydrants. It may just have the lines in the ground and have the taps and be ready for a fire hydrant whenever we get to that point. That could be one. That's just me throwing it out there type thing. So, but that's what it is.
Okay, thank you.
And I would like to say too, I support, when you get into this stuff, it is extremely technical, as you can see. And that's why I asked Rodney to come up here and try to explain it the best we can, because it's hard for someone who's not in it every day to understand it. But I support the idea, and I agree with the manager in the fact that we need to have something on the books. It gives us a duration, and if 1 hour is what the board feels comfortable with, then I'm completely fine with that as well.
So these national standards, the 1 hour is based strictly off residential. Would y'all be opposed to maybe a phase 2 addressing a 2 hour duration for commercial areas to match up with the ISO and Appendix B requirements?
let me say this too. If you remember at our last meeting, we discussed different phases of this text amendment. So this is kind of the residential phase to get us on board. And I think what Rodney's asking is, is to maybe break it up, because obviously fighting a fire for a commercial structure is a little bit different animal than fighting it for a residential structure. So maybe a good approach would be to do 1 hour for residential. Let's go ahead and get that on the books now. We'll come back to the board with a second phase where we discuss, because there's some other things that we need to address when it comes to the commercial aspect of this thing, and going down that road. Is that
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense? And maybe on a commercial project versus a residential, maybe we would consider the 2 hour versus the 1 hour.
Pleasure of the board.
I would agree that the 1 hour duration is obviously more palatable right now. So,
I would agree with that too.
I agree, 1 hour duration sounds good for residential.
Do we want to put this on the, how do you want to dispose of this matter?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would still like to maybe ask a few more questions of Rodney and some of the others between now and next week, as I study this a little bit and get my thoughts together. So I would suggest that we not put this on the consent agenda, put it on as an action item, and in case there are other questions that come up for next week.
Madam Clerk, if you'll add that as a agenda item. All right, thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just for clarification on that, so do we want, it requires a public hearing when we do a text amendment. So do we want to do you want to wait and take it all back in May, or do you want to handle it as we were proceeding at the April night meeting? Because we haven't done this yet.
I think maybe rather than next meeting, we need to put it in another work session.
I would be supportive of that. I just don't, I'm not personally at a point where I feel like I understand everything enough to be able to know exactly how I see it, I guess.
Well, let's do this, because we were thinking about doing this anyway. We're gonna move it all to May, if that'll make sense. We'll come back to you in April at a work session and make sure we're clear. Hopefully by then we can get the language for the commercial stuff as well. And then we'll move it all to May, and then that'll give the planning board another opportunity to look at it as well, because they had a question on one thing, on one of the definitions. So we'll bring the residential duration back. We'll hopefully handle the commercial stuff and get it all together. We'll bring it back to the board at a work session at some point in April, and then we'll look at maybe going through the adoption process in May. Does that sound fair?
okay. I'm a lot more comfortable with that. Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, would you put this on our work session agenda for April 26th? And then we can go from there
Okay.
as far as where we might schedule it in May, if it's acceptable.
25th.
And Mr. Chairman, I agree, because it gives us a better understanding of what we're doing here, especially for the commercial as well as for residential. I totally agree.
Okay.
The work session is the 25th.
What?
That's right, so maybe the 25th. That's right.
Oh, we switched it Tuesday to Monday.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
25th.
Okay, we'll make it on the 25th work session. Where the date changed. What was that date change?
I believe we have someone coming in
What?
for the April date for the work session that we changed.
Yes, we changed it to April 25th because of the visit at the schools from the Lieutenant Governor on the 26th. So it's on April 25th.
Thank you. You're right.
Okay. And while I had the board's attention to, Commissioner Nickel, did you have an opportunity to meet with the folks for the Ray Road rezoning? I think it's coming up Monday.
It was, yes,
We
Buffalo
had
Lake
tabled it.
Road. Yeah,
Buffalo Lake Road, I'm sorry.
Yep, and I have an update on that. I spoke with them, and we're just going to proceed through with the rezoning request for them. It'll be most beneficial with what they're trying to do, and
Okay.
I mind trying to do it.
Perfect. We will see you Monday then. We appreciate everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Locklear. All right, next we'll hear from Mr. Campbell concerning, we don't normally take comments in a work session.
He has a question about, but that's fine, thank you.
Concerning the Veterans Treatment Court.
Good morning, Commissioners. How are y'all this morning?
Good morning.
Good. I believe y'all should have a copy of the printouts, correct? Okay, just making sure. So the purpose of being here today is multifold. The first thing is just kind of give you an update on where we're at currently as the Veterans Treatment Court staff and program stands. As I'm sure you're all aware, we've had a huge change in our staff, the management team, and just about everybody involved in the court as over the last year. So our presiding judge is now the Honorable Paul A. Holcomb III. He's the Chief District Court Judge for District 11. The elected district attorney, the Honorable Suzanne Matthews. Honorable Renee Whittington, who's our elected clerk of Superior Courts. Our case manager currently is Genevieve Winterweedle. Our mentor coordinator, Gordon Harrington. We have Mike Warren as our field compliance officer. We've recently added on a legal assistant, Lauren Radford, and then myself, the current director of the Veterans Treatment Court. In the future, here in the very near future, we plan on adding on a second case manager. The reason for that is previously the way that it was done is we had a clinical director that would schedule all of the mental health, substance use disorder type appointments. Anything had to do with clinical, they were scheduling those. What ended up happening is, and that we've seen, is they're doing a case management job anyways, because case management, part of their job is to schedule appointments, ensure that those appointments are being met and that we're meeting the needs. We have a great community resource currently. We have several providers from several different companies, PRI, Daymart, Peace of Mind, some of the other ones. They're all licensed, substance use, mental health disorder, master's degree and above. So we can consult with them before we make any type of decisions on what the best treatment route is for any of our clients. So because of that, and with the rapid growth that we're starting to see of the court, we've decided 2 case managers would better benefit the veterans that are coming into our program as opposed to the 1. And that really isn't changing much, except for it's eliminating 1 position and then bringing on a different one and just kind of merging some responsibility. Currently, we have 21 active participants in our program. Out of those 21, we have 4 that are in residential inpatient treatment. 3 of those are in Camp Hope in Texas, which is sponsored by the PTSD Foundation of America. And then we have 1 that is in an inpatient facility here in North Carolina. Since January 1st, we've had 33 new applications come into our office. 22 veterans are currently sitting in the pipeline waiting decisions. 11 have been rejected due to the severity of their charge, because we're not accepting violent crimes, any type of sexual assault crimes, stuff like that, because those are not things that were caused by military trauma. So that's just not something that we can help. We have 9 that have currently been accepted by our district attorney that are awaiting either a plea agreement or some other court order from the court system before they can start our program. We have 13 that's still in the vetting process that's awaiting final approval. We've had 6 new veterans start the program in the last 3 months. 9 out of the 21 that we currently have in our program are from Harnett County. 12 out of the 22 that are in the pipeline are also from Harnett County. So I just kind of wanted to give y'all an idea that although we do take veterans from several outlying counties, the vast majority of the veterans that we have in our program are here from Harnett County. The other remaining counties, Wake County, we have 5. Johnston County, we have 1. Lee County, we have 3. And then we have 1 from Person County, 1 from Martin County, and 1 from Cumberland County. The other thing that I have included in this package is a tentative budget. So I wanted y'all to be able to have an idea and see what it takes to be able to effectively serve these veterans and give them the treatment and care that they deserve. Now, this isn't what we're currently operating on. This is also based on the 40 veterans a year coming into our program. And as you can see, if things proceed the way that they have been, we're going to definitely exceed that mark here in the next probably 3 to 4 months. I'm not asking for any type of funds from the county at this time. What I am asking for is permission to go ahead and apply for a BJA grant. There's actually 2 current BJA grants out there. One is specific for the Veterans Treatment Court. It just opened up last week. Both of these grants close in May, and I've attached just the first page. I didn't want to make y'all's books too heavy because those grant, when you're reading through just the proposals that you have to fill out, they're about 35 to 40 pages long. So I just figured I'd give you the first page so you can kind of get a little bit of a gist on what's going on with those grants. The first is Veterans Treatment Court specific. The second grant is for drug courts, which we fall into both of those categories. The drug court BJA grant would give us up to $500,000 per year. The Veterans Treatment Court grant, because of where we fall in those conditions, would be roughly $187,000 maximum per year, depending on how the grant is awarded. And it's a 4-year duration. With those 2 grants, if we were lucky enough to get those awarded and then approved by the board, it would definitely give us the financial sustainability for the next 4 years to cover everything from treatment of mental health and substance use through the salaries and other applications that we utilize our funds for. Are there any questions that you all have as a board about the Veterans Treatment Court or how we plan on moving forward?
Is there a match for either of these 2 grants?
So the BJA grants typically do have a 10 to 20% match. What we can do is when we're writing these grants, the current grant that we have from the state, a lot of that will show as match because it's other funds that are coming into the program.
I'm in agreement to provide assistance to veterans wherever possible. I'm in favor of approving the application for these grants, but I want to hear from the rest of the board.
I agree as well.
I agree.
Okay.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you'll put that on the consent agenda for us to approve that. Andy?
Thank you for that. And also, here in the next coming days, we've received a state grant I believe y'all are semi-aware of how that's going to be handled. So it's $200,000 for 1 year, and then 200,000 for the second year. We're not sure if there's going to be any type of continuation on that grant yet, but just a brief breakdown on how we're going to do that. So that money was used, and the caveat for this money was to enhance our current program. That's where we're going to be able to get that second case manager. We're going to be able to improve the way that we do our drug testing currently to a more precise system, one that gives us more instant results and faster results. And I'm sure as you can agree, and as y'all have heard, the drug overdose and alcohol problems, not only in Harnett County, but in other counties, and more specifically with veterans, is just beyond fathomable to me. When I was first kind of looking into some other types of grants, since we're talking about some of this drug testing, I reached out to Alex Belanovich, the EMS chief, and I asked him if he could just give me for 2021 the number of drug-related EMS calls that they ran last year. 765 just last year. 40% of those calls required the use of Narcan. 20% of those, not counting the 40, so now we're up to 60%, required some sort of other intervention. Now the other 40%, I'm not sure, what was done with those because, that's HIPAA, but the little bit of information that I got was just, it blew my mind. And especially when you think about based on the 2020 census, there's 13,200 veterans in Harnett County. SAMHSA, they currently state that 1 in 15 veterans has a substance use disorder. That means that there's 875 veterans here in Harnett County that's suffering from some sort of drug or alcohol problem. And I would kind of go out on a limb and say a vast majority of those, they're trying to cover up something that has to do with PTSD. The military spends a lot of money, as Commissioner Nickel, you're aware. They spend a lot of money to train you to be a soldier. Just in recruiting, to recruit one soldier is roughly $15,000. No training. Once you start going through training, it could be an upward of $100,000 depending on what your specialty is. And I'd like to ask Commissioner Nickel, how much did they spend to make you a civilian again?
They give me a dragon stamp and kick me out the door.
Exactly. Right. So you get a piece of paper, you go around, you go to the library that you've never been to in your life, you get that signature. You go to a couple other places that you probably didn't even know existed on that post. And then you go and turn all your stuff in. Most of us, I know me for sure, I had to go and buy a bunch of stuff because there was a little dirt or something on it. Anyway.
You hit the class 6 on the way out the gate.
Exactly. And they give you a piece of paper and they pat you on your back and say, there you go. And that's what's led to all these problems that we're seeing now. We still don't know what the impact is from this COVID stuff that's been going on for 2 years. A veteran suffering from PTSD that has to stay in isolation, it's not good. It's not good. And again, I think that we're going to see a lot. We're going to see those floodgates open up here sometime in the near future. And we need to be prepared to help these guys and girls and give them the service and the treatment that they've not only earned, but they deserve. The other part of it is crisis intervention. So it's not uncommon that something will come up, whether it be a veteran that comes into our program is homeless, has no roof over his head, or they have no way of getting to doctor's appointments, no way of getting to mental health appointments. They might relapse, and we need to get them into inpatient treatment or some other form of treatment immediately. Just last week, after court, because we have court every Wednesday, myself and the Metro coordinator took one of our veterans to Asheboro. We got back about 2 o'clock that morning. But these are the types of things that we have to do in order to try to get that 22 a day down. If we can save just one veteran, just one, we've done our job. And it's worth every penny of it to me. Some of the other aspects of this 200,000 grant from the state that we have been awarded, that pending y'all's approval, is enhancing our mentor program and incentives program. The mentor program is what makes Veterans Treatment Court unique. Without the mentor program, we'd just be another drug court. In fact, in Buffalo, New York, where the Veterans Treatment Court started, it started because there was a veteran that was in front of a judge, wouldn't look the judge in the eye, held his head down in pretty much shame. There happened to be another veteran that the judge knew in the courtroom, called him up, took him out, talked to him. Just that brief turnaround, and the judge that was sitting on the bench said, "Hey, we kind of got something here." And now we've evolved to the Veterans Treatment Courts. Our mentor program is starting things like interactive journaling, which helps the veterans walk through different problems, and they have a facilitator that can help guide them through that process. Transportation. As we discussed, transportation is a huge issue for some of these veterans, especially if you have a DUI. It's kind of hard to get to doctor's appointments and therapy and treatment when you don't have a driver's license. And then the other portion is training. Training for staff. That way we can keep up on current best practices. That way we can keep up on current trends. Every year we attend the NADCP, which is the National Association for Drug Court Professionals Conference. In the last couple of years it's been held in Washington, D.C., well, National Harbor, Maryland, right outside of D.C. This year it's in Nashville. And it's about a 4-day conference. And the amount of information that is received at that conference is just, it's overwhelming. It takes time to process it. In fact, that there's so many classes and different things that last year there's 8 of us, I believe, 7, 8, that went to the court and went to the conference, and we still couldn't cover every class that was there. So when you see that, I would just ask that you approve that and know that it is going to help these veterans and assist them in living a more productive life, giving them back what they've lost due to military service. And that completes everything that I have, unless y'all have any questions for me.
Thanks for what you do.
And do we need to approve the acceptance of that $200,000 grant?
Yes, sir. There'll be a contract coming before you for your approval for $200,000. So that would require the board's approval.
Okay.
And also the approval for them to move forward with applying for.
We've got moving forward on the other grants. If it's agreeable with the board, we'll just add acceptance of that $200,000 grant to the, that we already put on it.
I agree.
2 items that we already put on the consent agenda. So you'll do that, Madam Clerk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right. Moving to the next item, Mr. Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm here this morning to talk to you about our quarterly write-offs. It's not something that I usually come before you. It's a pretty routine matter that the auditors had us start about 20 years ago. And these quarterly write-offs are done from accounts that hadn't been paid over the last 3 years. So, and I want you to think about this debt, usually after about 120 days if we can't collect debt. And most of this debt are from rental accounts. That's why they pay higher deposits. Owners are much I won't say more likely, but they're usually a much better credit risk when they come in to start water and sewer service. So what happens is sometimes folks will stay and they'll open an account and then they'll just leave and leave us, of course, outstanding with a bill. So we employ a couple of methods to try to collect the money after 180 days. We use online collection service, which charges us a fee for what they collect. They usually take 20% of that money that they collect, and they're helpful, but they're not nearly as helpful as our other source, which is the state started about 10 years ago called debt set-off, North Carolina local government debt set-off. There have been hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions, in North Carolina that have been collected from this program. And the way it works is it's an association with the North Carolina Department of Revenue. So if anybody knows where you're at, it's the Department of Revenue. They keep tabs on you. So when you file for your state North Carolina income tax refund, if you owe any local government any money, if you're in that database, then they'll send us what's owed and then give the remainder to the citizen in any type of refund. So just that program alone, we've collected close to $800,000 since its inception in bad debt. So I know of some counties that have gotten in excess of millions of dollars, and I know the county as a whole has got more to just our department too, like tax debt and other debt that we've gotten back. So that's a great program. But still, after 3 years, if we don't get that money back from either of those sources, the auditors want us to have that debt written off. So that's why I'm before you today, just sort of introduce what we're doing here, because it has been a while since it's been explained formally, but it's normally on the consent agenda every quarter. We'll send those to you and a list of the debt that we're writing off. Now, that doesn't mean that it goes away. If anybody on that list comes back to get water, we get paid. So a lot of that debt comes back to us in the form of them wanting service sometime later. Maybe they move away, then move back, and then we usually are able to, if they want water service, then they're going to repay their old debt. So even if it's written off, doesn't mean we don't ever get it back. So any questions about this policy of what we do?
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Ward? With the consent of the board, we will just add this to the consent agenda to approve on Monday. Is everyone in agreement? Madam Clerk, if you'll put that on the consent agenda. Thank you, Mr. Ward.
Thank you. I did want to take this opportunity to talk about a couple of items that are coming up at the 12th, the work session on the 12th, and then for the following board meeting, I think that's on the 18th. The first of those items you may hear something about or may see something about in the paper. I spoke with the board a couple of months ago about a water supply contract with the town of Fuquay-Varina. And so we have been negotiating, Thomas with the legal staff and Chris have been working on our contract with Fuquay to sell them an additional 2 million gallons of water. And so that's came to fruition now. We're both sort of in agreement of what we'd like to see happen. The town of Fuquay, I was notified Friday that they plan on approving that on Monday, the contract, their portion of it. So we want to discuss that, the details of that on the 12th, and then give the board the opportunity to vote on it on the 18th. The other item is the grant. We've talked a lot about the ARPA funds, the $3.8 million grant that we got. We can apply for another $1.2 million to get us up to 5 in grant, and also for our portion of the North Harnett wastewater treatment plant project, we want to ask for a $15 million loan from the state, simply because you can't beat their terms. I think the latest rate is 1.15% for 20 years. It's not free money, or interest free, but it's pretty close. And so our cost alone of that project is estimated to be close to $30 million. So you'll see we can talk about that on the 12th, and you'll see the documents. And it will require board approval before we can submit that. May 2nd is the deadline to have that into Raleigh.
Is that a fixed rate? 1.15 fixed?
Yes, yes.
How much can we put in there?
No, I'm kidding. No, they have to approve everything. It worries me more about the grant portion, about getting to 1.2 than the $15 million. But they've got quite a bit of funds to expend that, so I don't see any issue with the loan. I just hope we get the grant as well. So, any questions about any of that?
Well, I look forward to hearing that report on the 12th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Lockamy, talk about economic development, sir?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Hope y'all are doing well this morning. So I wanted to bring you up to speed on our progress for our annual work plan and also discuss some projects that we've got going on at a very high level. All right, so as far as our work plan, one of the items was to launch a new website. And so I've drafted up an RFP, a request for proposals. And so I think that would be something we would be sending out soon. Meeting with Ira here towards the end of the week. We're going to look at it, make sure I get his buy-in. And I think that together we'll kind of find a happy medium to be able to launch that RFP and attract a web designer to build us a new website. Another item is I've gotten a quote for our photography. Also gotten, as far as the marketing slicks that we have about 15 different slicks that we need. And I think the natural selection for that would be to use the company that we track to do the website for that. But we'll talk later on that once we get the RFPs in and see how that works, solicitations from that. And as far as the marketing position, we've discussed that in the budget process, and so all of the items that we're discussing are moving forward and being worked through the budget process with Brent and the staff from finance and HR. The final report for the review and enhancements of our organizational restructuring is moving forward. We expect the final report in 3 weeks. We had recent meetings the week before last with David Denny from Sanford Holthauser. And so we had a variety of different stakeholders that were interviewed, including our commissioners. And so we got some great feedback, great advice for moving forward. Some of the economic development projects I want to talk to you about. This is an open session discussion, so it's going to be a very high level look at it. But we do have a lot of companies that are knocking on our door looking to invest and create jobs in Harnett County. Right now, we're working with 2 life science companies, one that's pursuing a building and one that's pursuing a site. That's going to would potentially create about 270 new jobs. Average salary north of $50,000 for both of them. We have 3 companies that are looking to invest all land deals that would be in the construction industry. One of them involved, or 2 of them that are involved in site work and irrigation site work, and in other types of site work. That's 40 jobs, and the average salary would be about $50,000 for one and $60,000 for one. And then we have a construction material supplier construction company looking to create about 30 jobs, and that would be about $50,000 average salary. So all said, about 370 new jobs. As we get further down the line, we'll potentially need to have more detailed discussions in a closed session about board action that would need to happen for all of it. Site identification. That's one of the biggest things we've talked about, is identifying land for industrial expansion, aka a new business park. And so I've already started that process. I've got meetings this week with a couple of folks to narrow that down. And I would say that by May 1st, we'll have all of the potential sites narrowed down and ready to as a staff to kind of start prioritizing, and then based on the timing and budget funds, bring in a consultant to help us narrow that down. Let's see, we have had some RFIs, And so we get RFIs from private site consultants and the state of North Carolina through the Economic Development Partnership. And all the RFIs that you typically see marries up with what I've seen in other marketplaces. And they're looking for modern industrial buildings. They're looking for buildings that have high ceilings. In every case, the RFIs we've gotten, they're looking for buildings that are over 50,000 square feet in size with typically 30-foot high ceilings or taller. That's for stacking pallets. And some of the RFIs have actually identified new shell buildings to see if there's any buildings that are being built in the marketplace that they could potentially latch onto. And so I think it speaks to the need for modern industrial space. The newer, the better, the higher the ceilings, the better, and expandable, the better as well. And that's it. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions? Mr. Lockamy?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question, I just have a comment. Great job.
Thank you.
I told you to hit the street, and you did it, didn't you?
Well, it's timing's everything, and I will say y'all have probably seen in the news. Looks like we have a neighboring county that could might have somebody knocking on their door, and so that would be a game changer for us in the EV market. And so you never know if those are true or not until the governor announces. But if it is, I mean, wow, that's a lot of jobs, a lot of investment.
Good job, Christian.
So thank you.
Thank you.
And that outlying area that was part of an earlier discussion, that's going to get heavily trafficked. There will be a lot of new homes, people that, and jobs at that mega site. That's where they'll be going. So we'll get prepared.
Good time to be in Harnett County. Thank you.
It is.
Thank you.
Exactly right. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Price, you want to talk about the Mid-Carolina Workforce Development?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Hope everybody's well. So just to kind of bring you up to speed, back in December, you passed a resolution as we're looking at going under the umbrella of Mid-Carolina Council of Government. We've had conversations with Central Carolina College as far as their current being the grant administrator for Triangle South Workforce Development Area and Workforce Development Board. So this is the next step as far as kind of putting that into play. We've been working with Justin Hembry, Executive Director of Mid-Carolina, for quite some time now. Cumberland County is now under his umbrella. So he has been talking with Harnett and Sampson as well as far as coming together as a team as far as him being the grant administrator for this. So in December, you did pass a resolution to desire that Mid-Carolina Council be the grant administrator for workforce development and the Workforce Development Board. So this time now, I'm going to ask Justin to come and explain the consortium agreement for Cumberland, Harnett, and Sampson. And then there's a resolution if you're so inclined to move forward at your next meeting. So Justin, if you will, come and explain that, and then we'll answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Coley. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Hope y'all are doing well. As Coley mentioned, and as y'all recall, several months ago, y'all passed a resolution, basically, for lack of a better word, voicing the county's intent to move forward with the formation of a new local workforce development area. And that's one thing that I've been stressing through this, is that with the with Triangle South workforce area dissolving, what we are doing or hoping to do with Harnett, Sampson, and Cumberland County is form a new workforce area. It's not like y'all are merging or becoming part of Cumberland County's workforce board, but this is actually forming a new area, a new workforce area. A little bit different than the process that Lee and Chatham are going through right now, who are also, as you all know, part of Triangle South. They're actually joining Capital Area Workforce Board, whereas again, this is forming a new 3-county workforce area. So what we're asking the board to consider is to adopt a resolution that would in effect approve a consortium agreement between Harnett, Sampson, and Cumberland counties to create this new local workforce area. I did notice in the resolution that would be included for the board to consider, there's a couple typos in there. There's a couple places where Harnett County's name is in there that it actually needs to be Cumberland County. It needs to spell out Cumberland County. So I will get those changed and get that back to the staff before y'all's meeting to consider this. But essentially what this consortium agreement does is lay out a very standard agreement between the three counties of how workforce services would be delivered through the consortium, and primarily it outlines what the governing structure would be. So basically what this says is the consortium would be made up of the chief elected officials from each one of the governing boards. That would be the chairperson of each board of county commissioners, unless the board decides it should be one of the other commissioners. Out of those chair people, out of the three chairs of the board, then there would be a decision made by those three of who would be the chief elected official for the entire consortium. Some places that rotates every year, every 3 years. Some places, for instance, up in Wake County, their consortium agreement just says that the chair of Wake County is the chief elected official for the consortium. You'll notice in this agreement that that was the agreement is silent on that, with a feeling that one of the next steps will be to get the county managers and the chairs together to decide how that needs to be worked out here amongst the three counties. And then it also talks about the appointment authority to the workforce board. There will be one workforce board that will represent the three counties. So that'll be the next step, and kind of jumping around here, but just to let y'all know kind of this process. What the hope is that we will move forward with the formation of the new local workforce area July 1 of this year. So beginning the new fiscal year is when this would take effect. We have, and I'm calling it an application, that is due to the North Carolina Workforce Commission by April the 8th. So the North Carolina Workforce Commission approves the formation of new workforce areas. So we're working on that application, and any action that our three boards of commissioners take will include that as part of the application to let the state know that our local governments are supportive of this. Of course, I'm with y'all today. Next week on April the 4th, the same time as y'all's regular meeting, I'm going to be meeting with Cumberland County at 9 o'clock that morning. We're anticipating they're going to take action to move forward, and then that evening I'm meeting with Sampson County at 6 in the evening. So we're getting this done over the next week. The next steps with that, assuming that the three boards of commissioners are fine with the consortium agreement, would be to designate who the chief elected official would be. And that would be a consensus reached among the three chairs of the three boards of commissioners. The next step of that will be determining what the makeup of the Workforce Development Board would be. So the makeup's really dictated by federal law. 51% of local workforce boards have to represent private sector or private businesses. So we'll have discussions with y'all, with the economic developers, other people, to determine what the consensus is about who the chief elected officials should appoint to this workforce board. And each county might have a little bit of different appointment process, but we'll work with y'all through that. We've got to line up getting one-stop contracts out for requests for proposals. So that means the career centers across the three counties, we're going to have to put out proposals to get bids for service providers to provide those services. We're working with the state with that. The same with service providers. There's a lot of administrative details, but the main three things at this point that we're looking forward to moving forward with is, one, the approval of the consortium agreements. 2, determining who that chief elected official will be for the local workforce board. And then 3, going ahead and moving forward with the actual makeup of what the new workforce board will look like. and I'll be glad to answer any questions you have. Just so y'all know, too, this consortium agreement that's being presented to y'all, this is based off of the new consortium agreement that Wake, Chatham, Johnston, and Lee counties adopted with their move. So this has been a recently vetted agreement that went up with them. So we just didn't pull this from anywhere. We wanted to make sure we used a recent consortium agreement that had been vetted, and that's what this was based off of.
If I may, Chris,
Any questions for Mr. Hembry?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a new agreement, but Carly, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't we go through this same process about 2 years ago with Cumberland County, or was it different?
Cumberland came under their umbrella when?
Cumberland has been with us since June of this past year, so June of 2021, not quite a year.
We talked about a year ago as far as the process of it, and then that's when I brought the resolution in front of you in December of 21. So you're correct in saying that. So what we were going to do is look and see how Cumberland fit under their umbrella. And then Justin and I have been working quite a bit together over the past 6 to 8 months to bring in Sampson and Harnett into this mix.
But excuse me, can how is this going to be an advantage for Harnett County? That's what I want to know.
That was my question.
Okay, so with the knowledge and experience and relationships that Justin has, he was a former county manager, town manager, and he also was director of Land of Sky, which is a council of government up in the western part of the state. So he is very familiar with workforce development and the happenings and ins and outs of how that is put together. I've been also in discussions with Charlotte Leach, who is our director, and we've spent much time to this together. She's actually meeting with the operations director today of Mid-Carolina to go over a lot of the specifics as far as the details of the budget, how the work staff will be put together. He mentioned a little bit about the board as far as how that could work and how that would be put. We feel that this would be a benefit to the county just because it could stay in the council of government region, and also for us to look at it from that perspective as far as how Cumberland is being handled under his umbrella. That's the whole thing of what we looked at for the past 6 to 8 months.
I noticed, and you were talking about Lee County, Chatham County, Johnston County joined Wake. Once again, we get skipped over. What would be the difference in what we're talking about here and what they're doing in Wake in that workforce development organization?
You want to start with that one now?
Sure. I think, and that's a good question. Probably quite frankly, from the administrative aspect or the programmatic aspect, there's not a lot of difference because they're the same programs that are administered through the same level of funds. Where the difference would be would be the board makeup, which board you sit on and where those representatives are from, the local governments that are member governments of Wake, Johnston, obviously those. So there's where would be the differences. And I'm not saying by any means that there's not any differences but from workforce board to workforce board in terms of the way services are delivered, but they're pretty much standard when it comes to the actual service delivery. The difference is in the makeup of the board and who you're interacting with on that board level to set overall workforce policy, for lack of a better word.
I know all four of those, or three of those counties, well, four, Wake, Johnston, Lee, and Chatham, they're all members of Triangle J. Is that part of the reason for the change? I mean, it's hard to look at the fact that we got Lee County on one side and Johnston County on the other side. They're part of Triangle J, they're part of the Wake County Workforce Development, but we're not. I have a problem with that.
And Triangle J doesn't administer workforce development services. So the administration for the capital area workforce area, which Lee and Chatham are going to, that is part of Wake County government. So that's a department of Wake County government. Whereas, so there's a little bit of difference there, but absolutely, I see that.
Capital area
Is who does that? Yes, sir.
I mean, good questions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We, as Justin mentioned, we just feel that, as he said, with the board members on there, we feel that's where the rubber meets the road. And we feel that we may be a smaller fish in the bigger region of what you're referring to, but it's a good question, good conversation as far as what needs to be had. However, I will say this is a moving train. And timing is everything, and that's what we've been talking about for the last 8 months to make sure everything was in order. So really the next 3 months is kind of where the rubber meets the road.
I'm going to try not to get into the weeds with this, and y'all have probably heard some of these conversations, particularly with the Association of County Commissioners and some other conversations that's going on. But when it comes to workforce board alignment, this conversation is being had statewide, and some of that's being driven by the Department of Commerce, basically looking at workforce boards across the state. For y'all's information, there are 23 workforce boards across the state. I have yet to find anybody make the argument that we need 23 workforce boards across the state. It's just too many. Finally, there's discussions that are happening at the state level that would potentially realign local workforce areas to reduce the number of boards. We're sort of hopping in on the front end of this thing, which the state has been very supportive of with us moving forward with this. They're kind of viewing Harnett, Sampson, and Cumberland counties as kind of being on the front edge of that in terms of showing how regional cooperation can work around reaching a consensus to move towards better workforce services. But in saying that, you're going to continue to see potentially other changes to this as we move forward over the next couple of years, depending upon how those conversations go. So I think the chair's questions are very apt about what do these alignments look like right now. This could look completely different 3 or 4 years from now, depending on how that shakes out as well. And I think we all need to know that going into this.
I have another question. The announcement about the, what is it, Chatham Tri-Point, used to be Moncure Megasite. 13,000 new jobs. Those people got to be trained. What are we doing to align ourselves and get ourselves positioned? And when I say ourselves, I'm talking about Mid-Carolina Workforce Development. What are we doing to get ourselves positioned to be a player in training that part of that workforce? We can't train all 13,000, but, at least give us a piece of it.
Absolutely. And that's why, this ain't going to surprise you coming from, my position and what I've been doing for the last 10 years with the COG. But if I've got an opportunity to preach regionalism, I'm going to preach regionalism. And that's why when you get to the core at looking at economic development and workforce development, it's a regional issue. Employers don't care where those county lines are. They don't care which workforce board's training those people. They just want to know that there's more people there. And with this creation of a new 3-county region, what one of my goals, it's not only my goal, it's the state's goal. And we'll share with you the application we put together, but one of the key things that we're letting the state know in this, that priority one for us moving forward with this is answering the question, how do we better align local workforce development services with economic development outcomes? And that's never been done very well, in my experience. We had a great workforce program up in the mountains, in the Asheville area. But we never asked that question, how are the activities that we're doing on a day-to-day basis aligning with the overall economic development? Not only in this case, in our 3 counties, we've got to look at the super region. We've got to look at all of eastern and central North Carolina. when we're looking at this. So that's where this is a really good opportunity to kind of strike when the iron's hot. The state's being very cooperative with us in this in terms of maybe doing some unique things that we've never been able to do before. So it's a good time for all this to be coming together.
And the only thing I would add to that is blending strong with Kristen's Department of Economic Development, kind of going hand in glove there. Nothing's going to change with Central Carolina Community College. We still have that strong relationship with Dr. Chapman and John Matthews, the provost. So that's going to continue as far as workforce is concerned. So this will just be another umbrella that we can look at. He's basically just going to administer the grant end of it. So good questions, though.
Any further questions? Well, if it's the consensus of the board to approve the consortium agreement, and also we have a resolution approving the agreement. If it's a consensus of the board that we want to approve those, we'll add that to the consent agenda for Monday.
I'm fine with that, with the changes that Mr. Henry mentioned.
I'll get those typos back to y'all staff. They're
Okay.
fixed. They impact the staff.
Madam Clerk, if you'll put that on the consent agenda, we'll approve it on Monday.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all. All right, Mr. Haney.
All right, I've got the next two items. I'll hand this out. It's the what you see on your monitor, but I want you to have it in front of you on paper that may help with the discussion.
Thank you.
And I think, Mr. Haney, do you have the information, the requests that were given at the last?
I do. I'm going to go over that with you during my presentation.
The ones from the citizens?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, all right.
So again, good morning. I'm here to revisit the draft funding plan that staff provided for Harnett County's American Rescue Plan allocation. My goal today is to solicit board input and direction regarding the draft plan in terms of any projects you may wish to see removed, added, or changed. And I first want to, if the board is comfortable with it, revisit the projects recommended for funding in the draft funding plan. Then I will provide some information regarding the additional items that were brought up by during the public input session at last Monday's meeting. And then at that point, I'd like to open it up for board discussion regarding the plan and provide additional direction, unless there are any questions that anybody has right now before I move forward with that. Okay. One reminder, the draft funding plan includes two tiers of projects. The first is approximately $16.4 million in funds that can only go to projects that meet ARP eligibility requirements. There is less flexibility in terms of which projects can go on this list, and our primary goal has been to make sure that we spend all of these funds on eligible projects. Next is approximately $10 million, and that's the standard allowance for revenue replacement, which may be spent with more flexibility. And as discussed previously, staff recommends using these funds on eligible employee salaries and benefits in order to supplant the funds and free up $10 million that would have otherwise gone towards those salaries and benefits to be spent more flexibly on other county needs and priorities, which is allowed under the American Rescue Plan. There are a couple of additional opportunities to supplant funds using the first pot of money, which I will discuss as I go through briefly. So first, I want to go over the American Rescue Plan eligible funding recommendations. And again, these are just recommendations. This is a board decision, and what you have before you are options that staff has come up with to help you in making that decision. First is COVID-19 mitigation. And again, I think that is a nominal expenditure, as pretty much all of those issues have been addressed through the CARES Act funding the county received previously, and minor purchases have been incorporated into departmental budgets where needed. Next is $2,750,000 for broadband grant matches. This is the most that we believe will be needed to provide the required county matches for the current GREAT grant opportunity and the upcoming CAB program opportunity. Ira Hall will talk about the GREAT grant a little bit later. But in the event that we are not successful in pursuing those grants, then some or all of these funds may be available for other projects. Next is Viper radio replacement, nearly $2.5 million for the county and just over $2 million for the county's fire and EMS departments. Using ARP funds for the county radios would free up that amount in capital reserve in fiscal year 25 that could go towards other capital needs at that point. And the cost estimates are a little bit dated, so we're in the process of obtaining new quotes for those projects. Next is the upfit of unfinished space in the courthouse, just under $4 million. That is an estimate from one of the engineering firms the county works with that would finish out the third floor of the courthouse that was originally left unfinished. We believe this is ARP eligible because it is finishing unfinished space rather than new construction. And if you're doing capital projects, especially if they're over $1 million, you've got to be able to justify that based on the COVID-related need and of that project. So we believe that that would possibly fit into this category, whereas some of your other capital projects may not. The county is currently moving forward with a space needs study that will determine the best use of this space. So I would advise waiting until that's done to kind of have that further conversation. Next is the upfit of the unfinished DSS space. That is just over $1.6 million. That again is an estimate from an engineering firm, and it's also included in the space needs study to make sure that we're maximizing the use of that space. Next is funding for 2 years for a Lead for North Carolina Fellow at $58,700. And this would allow us to hire a recent college graduate through the Lead for North Carolina program to assist the county with managing this funding plan and adhering to compliance and reporting requirements. And so long as they are working entirely with American Rescue Plan funding, they would be covered under the plan. Next is a contribution to Harnett Regional Water for the North Harnett Wastewater Treatment Plant upgrade, which I know Steve Ward mentioned earlier in this meeting. We are proposing allocating $5 million to that project. As Steve mentioned, it'll cost significantly more than that. So one option that you potentially have is, should some of these other projects not receive grants or come in under the cost that we've put on this sheet, that is a pretty good placeholder for any of those funds that need to be spent prior to the grant deadline. Next is a low emission x-ray scanner for the detention center at a cost of $188,000. And this would allow detention center employees to check inmate temperatures and to search for contraband at a safe distance. The sheriff has agreed to offset part of this cost with an $84,000 grant received in the state budget, which would bring that total for the county down to around $104,000. Next is restoring pre-pandemic employment. I don't have an amount for this because obviously that's a budget, it'll be a budget conversation. But ARP funds may be used to cover payroll and benefits associated with increasing the number of budgeted full-time equivalents up to 7.5% above the pre-pandemic baseline. And what that means is that funding could potentially be used to cover any new employees that are added in the next several budget cycles. And the county could either defer those costs until the cycle concludes or take the funding that would have otherwise been spent on those employees and supplant that as well, which would add to that $10 million total below. Next is providing premium pay for county employees. ARP funds may be used to provide premium pay to eligible workers performing essential work during the pandemic. It must be in-person work, and you can provide up to $13 an hour in additional wages or a maximum of $25,000 per worker during the ARP period. And as part of this discussion, we know that you previously provided one-time bonuses to all county employees related to COVID. using previous funding, and you've also recently approved the completion of a 2-grade reclassification for employees. So there is a great deal that has been done to increase county salaries and deal with that. I just wanted to make you aware that this is an option, and would recommend that if anything is done, that it be targeted specifically to address needs with retention in the county. And then along those same lines, ARP funds may be used to support and retain public sector workers by providing worker retention incentives, including reasonable increases in compensation. And I want to bring this up because of a recent development in one of our neighboring counties that we believe could have a significant impact on one of our county departments. Wake County is spending $20 million of its ARP allocation to provide retention bonuses of between $3,500 and $4,000 to employees, depending on their annual salary split out over the course of the next year. The county is also going to be offering 40 hours of leave in August for all employees. Additionally, Wake County recently announced substantial pay increases for their EMS employees, which will go into effect in April. They're taking their EMTs from a minimum salary, and this was in the Daily Record Friday. It's been in other media outlets. I want to make you aware of the issue. The minimum for an EMT is going from $17.33 an hour to $20 an hour. Harnett's minimum is currently $16.13 an hour, or $33,545 annually. The paramedic in Wake County minimum is going from $24.91 an hour to $28.13 an hour, while Harnett's minimum is at $21.61 an hour, or $44,953 annually. And then shift commanders, the minimum is going from $34.82 an hour to $37.43 an hour. Wake County is also offering a $5,000 sign-on bonus. Obviously, we understand we can't compete with Wake County entirely. However, ARP funds could be used to close this gap if that's a direction the board wishes to go into. There is currently a substantial vacancy rate in EMS. They have around 80 budgeted full-time positions between EMTs and paramedics, and there are currently 22 vacancies. Right now, they're using part-time staff to fill that gap, but obviously that leads to issues with overtime, which is an additional cost as well. So it's an issue that we are aware of. We wanted to make you aware of, and obviously what's going on in Wake County will affect not only Harnett County, but everybody in the region. So those are all of the ARP eligible expenditures. Next, I'll go over what's included as part of the county's lost revenue replacement. Are there any questions before I do that?
Anyone have any questions or comments?
Just one, Chairman Witherspoon. Ms. Taney, I know there are a lot of parameters, requirements, if you will, for projects that would qualify for this 16.4 set aside. Yes. I guess my question would be, other than the certainly the ability for more money to go toward the upgrade of the wastewater treatment plant and what you mentioned with regard to salaries for employees, were there any other projects that were identified that would satisfy the requirements with this money?
There were not at this point, and certainly you can look at other capital projects as options, but one of the issues in weighing a capital project and justifying it is not only does it have to address a pandemic-related need, but you have to look at the alternative options for addressing that need. And they want you to go with the most reasonable option, and therefore, new construction would be seen, I think, as a less reasonable option than taking an unfinished space and finishing it. So that was the thought behind some of the projects that have been included here.
Thank you.
Are there any projects Mr. Haney's talked about that anyone is not real keen about?
Are you talking about projects that we have identified here in the county?
No,
These up here?
Yes, ma'am.
And Chairman Weatherspoon, I guess that kind of, excuse me, Mr. Boyd, but I
Mhm.
think that's kind of the basis for my question in that, even if maybe for some of us, some of these projects might be lower on the priority list, uh, if there are not any other options, then maybe this is the best. So that was kind of the basis for my question.
That's what I'm thinking too.
If I may kind of discuss that a little bit. So if you look at the spreadsheet that I've given you and the one that was published in the agenda packet, this is a $16.4 million pot of money. We have come up through the projects that we've got the cost estimates for with $18 million worth of projects. So that is obviously more than that total. So we at the end of the day, we want to spend at least $411,744 on ARP eligible projects. Now, some of the things that I've talked about in this, retention incentives would obviously cost money. That's not listed on here. Restoring pre-pandemic employment, again, that would be any new employees that are added, covering their salaries for the next at least 2 years through the end of the ARP period. That would potentially take that $16.4 million amount and lower it to raise the $10 million amount that you could do other things with. So really, we wanted to give you as complete a list of ARP eligible projects as possible. And then as time goes on, you look at, do we get a great grant? Do we get a cab grant? Are the cost estimates for these capital projects lower than presented? Are they higher? That'll allow you to make decisions at that point to kind of adjust things as necessary. And certainly you can make decisions at this point, but we want to give you flexibility to make the best decisions that you want to make it when the time comes.
I got a question, a couple of questions, and a question and a couple of statements. Number one, the $3.9 million for the courthouse third floor. I'm not in favor of that. And I think
I would have to agree.
I hope. Well, I think we need to, as a board, have a consensus that any project that we fund, we need to be unanimous on the decision. I think everybody needs to, I think we all need to be in agreement on whatever projects we fund. And I'm not in favor of funding that third floor of the courthouse. I haven't seen anybody give me a reason that we need to do that at this point in time. The Vipers, they are sorely needed. Every time I get around some of the first responders, they always say, please get the Viper so we can talk to Sampson County or to Johnston County or Lee County or whatever. So I'm really in favor of that. My question is on the broadband. What happens if we don't? I mean, is this to provide matching funds on the grate and the cab? Is that what that's for?
Yes. Yes, this is the amount that would be required to match. The maximum great grant any county can receive is $8 million. And that would be split into two projects up to, you're not allowed to, and these are the ISPs who are submitting, not the county. And Ira will talk about all this. It probably should have happened maybe before this item, but up to $4 million per project, up to $8 million per county. And then if the county is providing, there's a required county match, or there could be, and if the county is providing the match entirely with American Rescue Plan funds, then that required match goes from 50% down to 15%. And that 15% would be split between the county and the ISP. So that is what the $750,000 of that $2.75 million is for. That would be the maximum required match from the county in the event that $8 million worth of projects were funded. So potentially allowing us to take that small amount of money and leverage it, which is really one of the goals that we've had, is how do we expand broadband to the extent possible while minimizing the cost and impact on the taxpayers of Harnett County. And if you were to use other ARP-specific funds for broadband, you disqualify yourself from being eligible for the grants, which is kind of an issue we've tried to work through as well.
Agree.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I listened to the discussion on the courthouse. We need a facility for our parole department. If we don't use that third room up there on top of the courthouse, then that means that we're gonna have to search for land and funds to build that for those employees that we have in Dunn. So what do we do about that? I think this now is the time and the period for us to use some of these funds to settle that problem by investing in that third floor of the courthouse.
So the county is required by statute to provide space for both probation and parole and juvenile justice. We previously provided space for both of those departments in downtown Lillington. Several years ago, there were some issues with the current space for probation and parole, and we searched for a site and were able to lease space in the city of Dunn for that office. One goal that has been discussed in the past has been the possibility of, rather than leasing, to have a county available space for that service. One of the ideas that were floated around, and again, these were just ideas, was that the third floor of the courthouse could be an option, really because it was available as a space. However, there are other needs. The courthouse is growing. There are additional pressures on current staffing in the courthouse. So that's why our goal was to include that in the space needs study, to really look at that, and not to say, we may have ideas about what we think should go there, but have someone to objectively look at it and say what makes the most sense in that space. Additionally, and certainly the cost would be considerably more, would be the courthouse was built with the option of adding a fourth floor as well. But obviously, again, that would cost significantly more money. But the county is required to house those state functions by statute. However, certainly one option would be to continue leasing space, or there could be another option outside of the courthouse. So we're not saying from a staff level what makes the most sense for that space. You'll have a space needs study that will help provide some guidance for you to make a decision on that, whether it's within ARP funds or not.
I understand that you're not making a suggestion as how we use those funds, and even if we use those funds for that. But we have to look at reality too. Land and space in this county is vanishing. So where will we build a facility for those employees? Because I think the owner of that building in Dunn gave us notice last year that they're not going to continue to house those employees over there in that building. So we're sitting here thinking about this stuff. I do think that we should take it under consideration because it's going to face us.
Well, once we complete the space needs study, the intent is to do a master plan for all county land.
Okay.
There is additional land in this complex there and adjacent to other county properties that could be used for some type of building.
Okay.
I think the space needs study will help the board see, what are the priorities. You've got on this list some priorities that you may want to put on some of those sites.
I understand what you're saying, Brian, but then too we got other priorities. The animal shelter, you got them listed down here. So we are in a situation now where we have to think very carefully towards the future of this county.
Ms. McCoy, if I can, I'm going to ask Mr. Trout to I think there's been some new developments concerning the animal shelter that might help answer some questions.
Right. With the animal shelter, we're in the process also of doing a feasibility study for that structure as well. And so we're going to be hiring a professional to do a review what type of size, what type of structure, what type of cost we're looking at for a new animal shelter. And so we are in the process of doing that. I signed the paperwork the other day to move that forward. In addition, I've had conversations with Mr. Ward, and we will not, in his opinion, need to move the animal shelter from its current location if we didn't want to, um, because the site, the work that they're going to do for their expansion will not encroach into that area. And so that's going to be a discussion that once we have an idea of what type of structure we would need to build for the animal shelter, we'll be able to do a good plan on how we move forward with that, what the cost will be, and the timing that we want to have that be as a priority. One of the things that we've not had is a good estimate on what the needs were or what the cost was for a new animal shelter. I think most people that look at it, it's a functioning facility, but it's not what we want to have for an animal shelter going forward. And so it's just, but there's a cost. The other thing that's hard is with the animal shelter, it doesn't fit in the box for the ARPA as far as being ARPA eligible based on its design or its purpose. And so if we fund that, it would have to come out of the 10 million part. And we know there's a lot of competing interests for the 10 million part.
Right.
And not knowing our figure, we're really kind of shooting in the dark as it comes to consideration of that. But by doing some of this other work, it gives us the opportunity to move some of that away, out of the way, so that we can maybe consider the animal shelter earlier than we currently are in the plan.
I understand that, and I'm not saying that we should, at this point, because we haven't finalized what we are supposed to be doing here. But what I'm saying is that, that third floor of the courthouse, I do know that there is a need for that space. Even if you build a animal shelter, whatever, we are faced with not having enough space for the needs of Harnett County government. That's all I'm saying. We're faced with that.
Sure.
And we need to take that under consideration while we have these ARPA funds and see if it fits into that for these other facilities, for instance, the probation department. That's all I'm saying. I mean,
Yeah,
I know we haven't finalized it, but I don't want to see all of this stuff just taken off the list, because there is certainly a need for these.
Yes, ma'am. And I, from the staff level, I think we view this as a very flexible document that obviously we haven't given you all the information in terms of cost, in terms of scope, in terms of need.
Okay.
At this point, and it's the board's prerogative, you know, if you want to set aside money as a placeholder as these studies come in, that's an option.
Okay.
What we're trying to also do on the staff level is provide you with the space needs study, with the feasibility study for the animal shelter, to put everything in place to allow you to decide at the end of the day, what are your priorities?
Okay.
And from my perspective, just because something doesn't make this list will not mean that it's not a priority for the county. We're trying to work within the funding that's available. So, like I said, we're freeing up $10 million plus in this ARPA funds to use for priorities and needs. We're also supplanting capital funds for the Viper radios potentially, if that's where the board goes with that, that could be used for another project. The goal is to allow you flexibility, and there's a lot of planning that's going on in this county, in this organization, with the strategic plan, with different things. And this is one opportunity, in my view, to address some of these needs to move the county forward. It is not the only opportunity.
Well, and the other thing that we'll eventually get to once we get our numbers as we reach towards the end of the year is if there are additional capital, there are additional funds that will not be spent based on the difference that we expect to see in a positive way related to our budget. We may be able to allocate some of those funds to some of these projects that are on the list, but maybe we don't decide we want to use ARPA funds, we use the excess funds for it.
Thank you. I think the list is great, and I mean, I just wanted to point out some things that concerns me. So, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go back to my original question. Or can we agree that whatever we fund, we will agree unanimously on that.
Yeah. Agree to that.
We can give it our
We
best
can
shot.
give it our best, we can give our best shot because whatever we agree to, it's gotta be something that's very important that we need for the county.
Well, and I think, I think if we're not unanimous, I think it sends a different message to the public.
Well, I don't want to send a different message to the public. I want to discuss things that I feel that are priority for this county.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, and I think even if
disagree with
you
that.
are able to walk away from this meeting with some ideas about things that you all can agree should be on this list, we can have that part of the list complete. And then as you move forward, there can be additional discussions as more information comes in or as decisions get made regarding the other items.
An item on here, providing premium pay for county employees. Has there been any discussion on how much premium pay, what kind of premium pay, what are gonna be the guidelines?
We've had some discussions as it relates to that. At this point, we're really focusing on the EMS side of this situation. We identified, and he went through it in good detail there as to what we're up against. And I think it's important that we show some support to our current EMS staff. And so we're definitely looking at that. The question that we have is, how far do we go? What is that dollar figure? So I don't want to say a dollar figure now and then be held for it, but I can tell you that it's substantial. And I think that we need to make it substantial in order to retain that staff. Most of them probably live in the Harnett County and they have a desire to stay here, but we need to make it worthwhile for them to continue to call this their home of employment. And so we're going to be working to see what that right amount is and bring a recommendation to you.
I agree totally with you on the funding or taking a hard look at the funding for the EMS. I mean, if I dial 911, I hope I'll see an ambulance very shortly.
Yeah, understood.
If that's the situation. Yes, I think everybody up here is in agreement with that. I mean, I think we all feel that way.
And if you want us to look at that specifically, we can bring you back a recommendation or a plan for doing that.
Is that acceptable to the board to ask for a recommendation on? Because it is serious, trying to compete with Wake County with what they're doing.
Chairman Witherspoon, I would certainly be agreeable with that. I would like, if we're going to do that, I'd like to see a number that, what's the number to get to the Wake County point? What's the number to get us to the point where we're still basically at the same place deficit-wise as we are before they put in their increase?
Right.
Be my suggestion.
And I know that, obviously the numbers that I gave for our current staffing is with the addition of the 2-grade reclass. Well, actually, I'm sorry, that reclassification happened last August. So that was in place in August, not January. But we can certainly provide that information.
You'll do that?
Staff will do that.
Okay.
I'll do it if I can get it in before I leave.
Yeah, I know, short timer, go ahead. What can I say?
No, we will work on getting that information, because it is a substantial gap. And obviously what I've said, Wake County is trying to retain their people and they're trying to give a signing bonus and increase salaries to attract more people. So certainly we want to do what we can to retain our people so they don't take advantage of that.
But they are.
Okay. If there are no other questions right now, I will go over the $10 million allocation for the supplanted money, and then we can discuss the additional items that came from the public during the last meeting. Cybersecurity, Office 365 cloud migration. This has been something that has been requested by the IT department for several years now. It would cost $1.16 million for 3 years. That would cover us for 3 years, and then the county would have to assume that annual cost following the ARPA period. Next is a fiber extension project, also related to cybersecurity, that would create a 1-mile fiber extension across the Cape Fear River to provide redundancy for the county's fiber network. And it is currently included in the CIP as a funded project in FY28, $230,000. Next is funding for the Riverside Flooding Project. The county has applied for a pair of grants that would fund this project. However, we included this as a placeholder should one or both of those grants not be received. And obviously, if those grants are received, that funding would go towards something else. Next is fixed wireless broadband Phase 2 match. As you know, the county is currently engaged in Phase 1 of this project in partnership with Cloudwise to use cell towers and some water towers to provide fixed wireless broadband in locations north and east of the Cape Fear River. Phase 2 includes areas south and west of the Cape Fear River. And we had initially applied for a GRATE grant in 2020 that would have covered both phases, but when we didn't receive that GRATE grant, the board authorized us to move forward with Phase 1, and this would allow the funding in Phase 2 to bring that amenity across the county. And obviously, we're still looking at the fiber projects through the GRATE grant, but this is in addition to that. The cost to put fiber throughout the entire county would be significant and not even something that we could, by statute, do at this point. And then we included funding at $2.5 million for Harnett Regional Jetport. As you're well aware, there are many needs at the jetport right now, as that is one of the board's priorities to move that forward as an economic development engine. So we have put some funding aside to assist with those needs. I know other grants are being sought as well, so that all kind of factors into that mix. And then finally, $1 million as funding for greenway development in the county. Currently, we are putting in capital reserve about $100,000 a year for greenway development. The estimated cost for a mile of greenway is $1 million. So this would potentially kind of give that a little bit of a kickstart. Also included in the draft funding plan were a list of additional projects that represent county priorities you may wish to include in place of some of these other projects or add in should funding not be necessary for some of the identified projects. Some of the ideas that we had were purchasing additional land for recreation, replacing or adding onto the current Board of Elections office, as that has come before the board as a request and also is included in the space needs study. Replacing the Harnett County Animal Shelter, renovating the former Benhaven campus 2-story classroom building, additional funding for broadband projects, and then adding or relocating solid waste convenience sites. So are there any questions on any of those items before I talk about the items discussed during last week's board meeting?
And if I may, just for clarification, these other potential projects and the ones we're getting ready to discuss would be projects that could fall under that 10 million displaced money and not the 16.4 up here at the top.
That is correct.
Thank you.
That is correct. Okay. So to go over the public input comments that were made last week. Last week during the session, I did discuss the broadband restrictions and explain the recommendation to supplant the $10 million on salaries and benefits. We have also created an informational video to explain kind of the process and the plan in more detail, and that has been posted to the county website. It is about a 6-minute video that kind of walks through the information that was presented to the board in a more coherent manner for public consumption. One question was related to school funding, and it did come up that Harnett County Schools has received their own pot of COVID funding, including nearly $75 million from ESSER funds. Obviously, there are more school priorities than that covers, but we're looking at all different pots of money. Staff retention was mentioned, and again, I mentioned earlier what the board has done to date to address staffing with the one-time bonus and the reclassifications. that have happened. The animal shelter, as Mr. Trout mentioned, the county has issued an RFP for an animal shelter assessment study, which will provide a needs assessment study to determine what the county needs in a new animal shelter and a conceptual design, as well as cost estimates for funding or for construction. And that RFP is due April 12th at 4 p.m. The other item was a request from Shawtown Alumni Association President John F. Smith Sr., requesting a number of things from the county. Those included funding the additional water and sewer lines to the properties owned by the Alumni Association, funding to add a paved driveway and parking lot on the property, and funding for a multi-purpose athletic complex on the property. And I've asked Melissa to pull up a map of that property so I can explain a little bit about how that works, just for those who don't have that history. The property being referenced is located adjacent to the former Shawtown School campus near the intersection of Shawtown Road and Irene Roberts Road. It consists of approximately 10 acres and was donated to the Alumni Association from the county in 2012 with the understanding that they locate a community building on the property by 2032, or it would revert back to the county. The county has made investments on the adjacent county-owned property over the last several years, including the renovation of a former classroom building to become the Shawtown Community Development Center, which currently houses the Police Athletic League and Boys and Girls Club, along with some other entities, and the addition of recreational amenities to include an outdoor basketball court and walking trail. Parks and Recreation is also moving forward currently to add playground equipment, a picnic shelter, and a community garden as part of the next phase, with additional amenities coming in the future. So with that in mind, I can also provide some additional information regarding the request that we received from Mr. Smith. In terms of a water and sewer line, this area is served by the town of Lillington in terms of water and sewer. And I spoke with Mayor McFadden, and he provided what he said would be a conservative estimate for this extension to the property of just under $63,000. In terms of the paved driveway and parking lot, I do not have a cost estimate for that at this point. And then in terms of the multi-purpose athletic complex, I did speak with Mr. Smith, and he clarified that this request is for a multi-purpose athletic field for softball, baseball, football, etc., with lighting, along with a walking track on the property. And I reached out to Parks and Recreation Director Carl Davis, and he noted that there is already a multi-purpose field on the property with established turf. So that would be part of that. And we do not have, at this point, a reliable cost estimate for that either. Mr. Smith has provided me with plans for the site that I have in my possession. And then in addition to these items, I would like to note that the county has received requests from multiple organizations and citizens over the past year since the American Rescue Plan was announced for that funding. And I can provide you with a list of the agencies that have reached out if you'd like. It's not very many. Some of them, I think, were unclear about the requirements and the eligibility rules. I've explained that to some of the entities, and they may not be eligible. What I have said is I'd be happy to connect them with other county departments, such as economic development, to help them become aware of other potential grant and funding opportunities as well.
Thank you. Mr. Taney, if I could interrupt you again, and I apologize, but I do want to clarify my thoughts on this and make sure I'm accurate. I have also received several requests from people about helping with their business or whatever it may be. Now, it's my understanding that none of this money can be used for private business. Is that correct?
That is my understanding. I'll defer. If I misspeak, Chris can clarify that. But per state statute, we are not allowed to provide grants to private businesses. We can provide potentially grants to nonprofits, organizations, as has been done in the past, to carry out public purposes that the county could also provide. But no, we are not able to do that.
Thank you.
You mentioned you've had requests from other entities.
Yes.
I would be interested in knowing who who those organizations are and what they're how much they're requesting and what they would like to use it for. Also, I know, like I said, I know Carl has got the Shawtown Park Community Center, whatever, on his master plan. I didn't know there was an existing multi-use field. Does that include ball fields?
The ball fields are not part of our master plan for the county's portion of the site. There is an existing multipurpose field that has been used on the land owned by the Alumni Association. I think the request would be to help further develop that field for additional use, including adding lighting.
I'm not familiar with that, but I want the county to remember too that when the county invested in the county part of Shawtown development land out there for the school, they tore down the gym, and there was a promise that the county would replace that gym because that would be the only gym in the Littleton area here. So I want to keep that in mind, and I'm not taking anything away from what the Shawtown alumni is requesting, but I know that that was promised. That was promised to that Shawtown area.
That is currently on the plan that the county had developed at the time we were having that discussion, because one of the things that we had several community meetings, and one of the things that we needed to do to help the site was to demolish the current gymnasium and the original classroom building, which was done. But there was a great interest from the community in replacing the gymnasium with another gymnasium. We did add the outdoor basketball court, but that was not obviously the same thing.
No, but there was a promise to the citizens. I was there at that meeting that gym would be replaced.
And again, that is on the plan for that site. But as you know, with the funding that Parks and Recreation gets every year, they've tried to phase in projects around the county. So it is out there as a
Thank you. I just want to make sure that that's not forgotten.
When you spoke with Mayor McFadden about the water and sewer lines, did he give any indication as to how willing the town of Lillington might be to run those lines?
I guess, are you asking for at no cost, or are you asking, I think it can be run.
I mean, he said estimate of 63,000, if I heard you correctly.
Yes.
Okay. Did he also indicate whether town of Lillington might be willing to run those lines, or are they going to ask us to do it?
I did not specifically ask that question. I was more trying to get information for the board in terms of costs. But if that's the direction the board wishes to go to, we can have that conversation.
Well, I mean, if it's town of Lillington, I think they should take a look at that. But that's up to them.
Could I ask another question, just for a point of clarification? So there is an existing field, ball field, if you will, on the site that the Shawtown Alumni Committee owns. Who is that part? Something that our recreation keeps up? So it's not.
No,
That's
it
all
is not
private. Okay.
At all kept up by county recreation.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
If they have they have a multi-purpose field, do they also have ball fields out there now?
No, it is a single multi-purpose field.
Okay, so they're asking for the addition of some ball fields, baseball, softball fields.
I believe they are asking the county to enhance the current multi-purpose field to be used for additional, for additional functions, in addition to add additional hours with the addition of lighting that would allow that to be used later in the evening.
And so, can we get an estimate on what the lighting would cost?
We can get an estimate on anything that you'd like for us to get an estimate on in this property.
Bless.
Excuse me.
Bless you. I wasn't able to get it all together before, obviously, this meeting, but yes, any direction the board wishes for staff to go, we can look into cost estimates.
Look, lighting is not cheap.
No, we've done that at, more recently, I think at Barbecue Creek Park and, some at, the tennis courts at Neals Creek Park, and it is a fairly substantial cost.
Okay, very substantial. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Haney? Any further conversation about the items that are on this list? Do we want to, how do we, what's the pleasure of the board on how we proceed? Yes, sir.
Chair, if I could interject, I think one of the things we're looking at is if we were all ready, we had everything figured out, we'd have a vote April 4th as to what projects to move forward with. Obviously, there's a lot on the table, a lot to review. If we're not ready, we can postpone. The biggest thing is that at some point we have to make a decision because some of these projects have some lead time. My goal, as I look at this and our structure of our calendar, is to make sure that we have a decision with at least a majority of the projects by the end of April, because in May we start getting busy with the operating budget. So we really need to put this issue completed, at least majority of it completed by the end of April. And so, waiting and having another discussion at the next discussion meeting is fine, but I think that after that discussion, we really need to hone in on, I'd say, 75 to 95% of what we want to fund. We really need to have some decisions made. And if we're waiting on additional information and don't feel we can fully commit to some projects until we have that information, then we can postpone. But as you look at getting bids for the DSS second floor and putting that out for bid, ordering some of these radios, there's a long lead time on some of these items, and so we need to move forward. The other thing is that commitment to the grants related to the broadband and the great grants. We need to make a commitment to provide those matching funds or make those part of ARPA. So, and they moved the deadline, which was discussed. Luckily, great grant deadline got moved to May. So having those decisions soon in the month of April will work still with that. But as I look at this, it is difficult to make a decision. We're making big dollar decisions for long-term projects and what's the best for the county. But we really ultimately need to get approval, in my opinion, in April so that we can then change our focus to the budget.
Mr. Chairman, based on Mr. Trout's comments, would it be prudent for us to look at these project by project? Because I feel like there are some on here that we are pretty much all lockstep in agreement with. And then if we have some that we feel like we need further discussion on, we can kind of move those down to the next work session.
Yes, I think so, Mr. Matthews, and we can do that, and then anything that we're not ready to move on, we could put it on the agenda for the April 12th work session, which would allow us then to vote on it on the 18th, if that's acceptable with the board. Okay, well, if that pleases the board, we'll go down through these item by item and make a determination if we want to proceed with these items. I will say, if we've been here for a little over 2 hours, if anybody would like to have a recess, I'll declare a short recess. I see people nodding their head yes.
Too much coffee.
We will, it's now 11:13. Let's come back at 11:25. We're in recess. Call the board back into session. And do you want me to read the items or you want to do it?
I'm happy to do it if you'd like me to.
Go right ahead.
First is the $2.75 million for broadband matches to the GREAT and CAB program.
Is that time sensitive?
For the GREAT grant, it is.
It is? Okay.
The deadline has been pushed to.
I say let's move that one forward. Everybody agree with that?
Agree.
What's the best way to handle it? Put it on the consent agenda or?
Yeah, what we'll do is, actually, I think it should be voted on as a separate item.
Okay.
But I think what you get is the consensus here on the ones to keep, and then we will put together a resolution approving those items for funding with ARPA money, and we'll provide an updated list.
Okay, so the consensus of the board is to move forward on the GREAT and CAB grant matches.
Okay. Next, and again, these are two kind of separate projects, but there's the Viper radio replacement for the county government agencies, and then also the Viper radio replacement request for the other fire and municipal departments.
They've been waiting for 2 or 3 years for these.
Yeah. Yes on that.
We'll move forward on that.
Okay. Next is the third floor upfit for the courthouse.
I'd like to put that as a potential
Yeah,
project.
we'll move that to.
Okay, so hold off on that for now.
Hold off on that.
Okay. Next is the.
If I could ask a question on that one, but we are proceeding with the analysis on.
Yes, we are proceeding with every plan that I've mentioned.
Thank you.
Because ultimately, we'd like to give you all the information we can give you.
Very good, thank you.
Next is the upfit of the second floor of social services. And I failed to mention earlier that should we move forward with this, a portion of that cost would be reimbursed by the state. So it's not exactly as it seems on the list.
How recent is that estimate of 1.6?
Very recent.
1.6, that estimate came in late February. I think it may have been February 25th.
So it's 30 days old. Roughly.
Yes,
Okay.
it's just an engineer's, cost assessment.
I think they really need that. And
Yeah.
plus, if we get
Half state.
half of it back from the state,
Plus, that building hasn't been there as long as the courthouse.
Right.
Going untouched, so.
Yeah, and as you look at the operating budget, there are a number of positions they're requesting. And they've taken rooms that were storage rooms and converted them into offices. So,
We have an immediate need for that one.
yeah.
Yes.
all right, we'll.
Okay, good with that one.
We'll proceed with the second floor upfit.
Okay. Next would be funding for a Lead for NC Fellow. We have been approved for that position, should the board be inclined to use ARPA funds for it. The first year's cost, I think it was around $50,000, but we received a cost offset from the program. So the county's cost for the first year would only be $25,000 because we're a Tier 2 county. And this would.
And this is to train. This is a internship. Is that correct?
Well, it's one step above an internship in the sense that most of the individuals that we would look to hire would be graduates. And this may be their first position, but they would be well qualified to be able to manage and be the point person as it relates to tracking of the projects and submission of proper documentation and so forth for reporting. This really is the person that I'll rely on in order to be able to manage the program over the next 2 to 3 years. And so this will allow me, a staff person that's paid for, to ensure that we're doing all of the documentation necessary back to the federal government. And that way, it will give me some peace of mind, and I think the board as well, that we have a dedicated person for this.
Move forward with that. Is everybody in agreement? Okay.
Okay. And next is an allocation of $5 million to Harnett Regional Water for the North Harnett wastewater treatment plant upgrade.
Skip year 2. Is that for year 1 and 2 that everybody was agreeing to? Okay. All right.
And year 2's cost will be less than is shown on here with the offset. I just didn't have that number at this point. Okay. And next is the allocation for Harnett Regional Water. We had put $5 million as an initial placeholder, and again, as things shift, that could change, but.
And this is covering the $30 million cost we expect Harnett County to have. So it's going to end up being on multiple levels of sources that are going to be used to pay our 30 million of this upgrade. Because technically we could use all 26 million we have available to cover our 30 million, but we want to cover and address other issues that are prevalent in the county.
I'm for you of the simple because with the population, the rapid population growth that we have, we got to do something about the water in that.
You're right. Do we want to, is everybody in agreement to move forward on that?
Move
Okay,
forward.
we'll move forward with that.
Okay. And then next is a low emission X-ray scanner for the detention center. And again, the cost listed is $188,000, which would be partially offset by a state budget grant of $84,000.
I have a question on that one.
Okay, go ahead.
Is can that be paid for out of
Bond forfeiture? Or
forfeiture funds?
I can't give you a specific answer because I've not worked with how it's done in North Carolina, but that's a possibility, and we can get that answer.
I'd like to hold off on that one just for now to find out if we can pay for that out of asset forfeiture. Just to free that up somewhere else.
And I think the sheriff's office is getting $100,000 from the state on another source of money.
That's the next conversation I'll have with you today.
Yes,
yes, that's correct.
So, yeah. Is everybody agreeable to hold off on this?
I'm fine.
Okay. Next is providing premium pay for county employees and or the retention, potential retention incentives that we had discussed for EMS. And I know the conversation had been that staff would provide some numbers and recommendation on that.
I think I would recommend we hold that pending recommendation from staff as to what we, what we do with EMS as number one, and number two, the rest of the employees.
Chair, what I'd like to suggest, I did some quick calculations here, and what I would like to suggest is a placeholder of 300,000, and then we'll give you a specific number at the next meeting, but a placeholder of 300,000, and then that way we could make that announcement, then we move forward with that approval at the next meeting, but if you put a placeholder of 300,000.
So we're talking hundreds of thousands, not millions?
Right. 300,000 related to EMS support for.
Mr. Chairman, there was some discussion up here from the public of the night about increasing both county employees' pay and retention pay for our county teachers. Is there any room for us to even consider that? Retention pay for the teachers?
Sure.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Matthews on that.
Do you all have enough funding? I know that.
Well, I do know that, and I don't believe, we've not seen the budget request yet from the Board of Education, but I do believe there will be included in that request funding to increase teacher supplements. Because we are even we've done better the last few years. The commissioners have supported us, but we're still behind neighboring counties for the most part.
Well, I will not move forward on that because as I observe, we are far behind on our county employees as well as the retention fee for the teachers and all. So that was the only reason I brought that up. I know that's not in the plan, but I just throwed it out there.
Yes, and I do know that is one of the items in the strategic plan that the board adopted, looking at those supplements. And I think the supplement is the primary way the county gets involved in that process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So we'll put a 300,000 placeholder in and hold that for, pending a
Provide additional
recommendation from
information.
staff.
Yeah. And then finally, under the ARP eligible projects is restoring pre-pandemic employment. And again, this would simply allow the county, if any new positions get approved in the budget, to use this funding for that would offset and provide you additional funding to be supplanted elsewhere. And we don't know certainly what that cost figure is today.
And I think that's the important part, is that would provide the opportunity for further displacement of some funds that would not be under the most restrictive requirements, if you will.
Yes. And knowing that anything that is added, certainly when the ARP period runs out, would have to be absorbed into the budget, but it would give you kind of a head start. So are you comfortable with staff?
So I hear we want to hold that for further discussion. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I would say we go ahead and approve that. As, from what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no way to put a number on that at this time, but it will depend on staffing needs as we go forward. And if we don't go ahead and include that, then it'll be like revisiting each individual time.
It's really a supplant mechanism that will allow you to increase that $10 million allocation to use for other items.
Right.
So it's not really, it's similar to the supplanting being done with the salaries and benefits.
Okay.
It's kind of a
Well, are you saying that we're gonna hold that, or we're gonna?
My personal opinion, I would like to see us go ahead and give staff permission to utilize funds in that way as needed. That's an opportunity for.
And then as you develop the rest of your plan, it will allow you to do more things that may not be ARP eligible with those displaced funds, if that makes sense. It's not exactly the same as everything else we've talked about.
Okay, I got you.
I'd like to have an estimate on what we're,
That's what I was gonna say.
I'd like to see what we're talking about, dollar-wise.
But this way, it will allow him to come up with some numbers.
I think what would happen is, obviously, Mr. Trout and staff, we're reviewing the budget request, and there will be a budget recommendation, and that will factor into that. And certainly not just for this coming year, it would be for the follow, I mean, there would be whatever positions would be approved this coming year and the following year. And perhaps that's just a conversation that, happens with each budget, how you want to handle that.
And then the third year, the county would be responsible for funding this.
Correct.
I definitely would like to see a dollar amount, but I mean, if that's,
Can
not
you
saying it's not a
move
high
forward
priority.
and come back with a dollar
Right.
amount on that? Is
Yeah.
that acceptable,
We'll identify some,
Mr. Matthews?
any positions that we
That
feel.
was what I was suggesting.
And I think that would be a discussion, obviously, that would factor into that budget discussion. Okay?
So I want to review, I did the calculation while he was talking, I did the calculation on the on the ARP eligible projects. That would put you with the 300,000 placeholder for the premium pay. That would make 14,241,417 that would be ARP eligible projects. What you still have as a difference that will have to be ARP eligible projects is $2,170,327. So we still have a little over $2 million that we can use as we look at the pre-pandemic employment options and any other project. The two that we decided to wait on, we would have that amount to identify a project for that's ARP eligible.
Okay.
Yeah, and potentially if you were to do the restoring employment, you could offset some of that, move it down to the 10 million.
Mm-hmm.
And then assuming we may not get some of the grants that we apply for, that'll shift. But yes, that's.
But our catch-all, if you will, if we're not able, if we have more money than we have projects that qualify, would be to fall in the wastewater treatment plants.
Correct.
I would say, yes, as you get further into this process and you realize, hey, we're not going to be able to spend all this money, yes, that is an easy place to say that's where it goes.
Thank you.
Correct.
Build a hangar.
Okay. So going down to the supplanted lost revenue replacement, the first item under there is the cloud migration for cybersecurity. And I believe that is, let me do some quick math. It would be 1/3 of that per year for the next 3 years.
How does it increase cybersecurity?
I'm glad our IT director's here.
Yeah, I was looking at him when I asked that. I mean, look, cybersecurity is something we definitely have to pay a lot of attention to. It's scary, some of the things that are going on out there, especially with the conflict going on in Europe. And so I'm not opposed to it. I'm just trying to figure out, how does that relate to cybersecurity?
So the two core things that's coming out of this is cybersecurity related is we're going to be able to move our email off premise into the cloud. We recently, over the last year, there were several patches come out around Microsoft Exchange 2016 is the version that we're on. And there was kind of a mad scramble on our team to make sure we're patched and up to date because there are several holes that we really could have been compromised through. We avoided it. We're just not it wasn't a target at that point. There's a couple of things we had in place that kept us safe already, monitoring our network and things like that. But if we can move this out to Office 365, patches are immediately available. We get all the new updates. We'll get the new tools for tracing email and that kind of stuff, and just a lot of abilities there. The second thing that's included that we need to go to really bad is multi-factor authentication. This will give us the tool set to be able to go to that. So as we move forward, you'll have to, like most of us do with online banking, you'll log in with username and password, and then somehow or another you'll get that second code, either through a text or through a authenticator app or through a phone call or through a little USB device that we can hand out to. So those are the two key things, and there's lots of other little things around that, but those are the number one things. And then of course Office 365 will allow us to remote work a little bit better for future. That'll get stuff out on the cloud. It won't be quite as trapped inside of our world here in the county, and it'll get some of the people that are having the VPN in, or virtual private network, to connect back into our network. That'll eliminate some of that need, and so that'll free us up from that potential security threat from third-party devices connected to our network too. So those are the three big things. I know the price tag's ridiculous, and I guess the final reason that we need to go that way is Microsoft is pretty much forcing us this way. Even if we stayed on premise with our Microsoft Exchange, we would have to go to a subscription model similar to Office 365, and the cost wouldn't be quite as bad, but there's other factors that we'd have to add in to that cost. So, it's just what we need to do at this point. That'd clarify enough.
Any questions for Mr. Hogg? Thanks, sir.
Yep.
What's the pleasure of the board? Do we want to proceed with that?
I would say yes.
I would say we need to.
We will proceed with that.
Okay. The next item is also somewhat cybersecurity related. It is an IT fiber extension that would create a redundant loop of the county's fiber network under the Cape Fear River, which is something that is a capital project funded in FY28, I believe, but this would allow that project to move forward.
Comments?
I think we go ahead and include this as well.
I agree.
Good. Okay. Consensus is we'll move forward with that.
Okay. Next is the $500,000 set aside for the Riverside flooding project in the event the current grants being applied for do not come through.
Do I even need to ask about this?
You know,
No, let me say this. Let me say this. I rode through there on Friday, and because of the rain, these citizens really need help. And they have marched up here on several occasions, talking about their living conditions under the circumstances of the flooding there. So I really don't see how we can say no to this project.
I think everybody's shaking their head yes, Ms. McCoy.
well, I would be excited if we got the grants, but if we don't, at least this guarantees that we can proceed with this project because this can's been kicked down the road for years and years. So, yes, I think this needs to be included.
Okay. Next would be the $2 million match to complete the remainder of the fixed wireless broadband project.
I think that one, we want to move forward with that. That's south of the river.
Yes.
Okay. And then the additional placeholders of $2.5 million for Harnett Regional and Jetport.
All I can say is that goes right back to economic development. We said all along that's our number one priority. So
If we're able to use funds, if we're able to use funds out of this, then that would definitely help.
And this would be the displaced funds, obviously, not the ARP funds, but yes. Okay. And finally, $1 million for Greenway development.
feeling of the board.
See this as a project we can hold.
Yeah.
I see this as a project we can hold back.
You want to hold that one?
I think we need to hold on that. And we have some that
Okay.
are much more priority than that. That's my opinion.
I would concur with Commissioner McCoy in that I would like to kind of weigh that with some other projects, some of these other projects that we have here, once we get some more information back regarding feasibility studies and things like that. So I would concur.
Because that could even fall hand in hand with, land for recreation and other things as well.
Okay. So if taking those totals, since we're just subtracting $1 million from what I've already got on there, I can do that math. We have $6,391,002, which I guess would be roughly what $3.4 million remaining out of that $10 million. If you'd like, we can look at the additional projects that we'd mentioned, if there are any of those that the board would like to prioritize, or continue to wait for additional information to come in.
I think I would like to see the information that we get back regarding the study on the animal shelter and some of these other projects before we start looking at those in depth, if that's agreeable with everybody.
The solid waste convenience site, same thing. Everybody?
Yep.
Okay.
I think that's the consensus of the board, so.
Yeah, that was a good way to handle it. Good way to handle it.
Yep. That's a big chunk of those projects, so thank you. We will get that ready for your next meeting to approve.
Thank you for your hard work on that.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
You get to stay here.
I'm not going yet. I should have during the break given this handout, but I'll give you another handout about this next issue.
Senioritis.
Thank you.
Okay. As you know, the county received a number of directed grants as part of the state budget. And among those was a local government infrastructure grant from the State Capital and Infrastructure Fund in the amount of $630,000. The grant is administered by the Office of State Budget and Management, and it may only be spent on capital improvements as defined by general statute to include real property acquisition, new construction or rehabilitation of existing facilities, and repairs and renovations. When staff was initially made aware that the county had received this grant, we didn't really, we hadn't asked for it. We didn't know why it had come in, but we had heard from the state with all the other grants that were received that there were certain rules. We started attending the webinars and realized we needed to come up with a plan to use these funds. So we met internally and narrowed down a list of projects taken from the county CIP to several that we felt would be the easiest to undertake using these funds. For us, it was important that we could move forward quickly to provide OSBM with a project scope in order to receive the funds, and the goal from the state had been to distribute the funds by February 26th, which had been what they had been directed to do by the General Assembly, so they were pushing us to meet that deadline. There were a number, again, of recommendations for that funding, and I prepared a memo for the board with this plan and shared it with the board on February 28th. However, we were later informed that there was an intended purpose when this funding was included in the state budget that we at the staff level had not been aware of, and that breakdown is what you've got in front of you right now.
I'll be glad to speak to that.
Okay.
I guess Senator Bergen had spoken with Mr. Matthews when he was chairman that this $630,000, $630,775 was coming to Harnett County, and that he had already talked to each one of these Shaw House, Aversboro, Sheriff's Office, Harnett Fire Chiefs Association, and Carver's Creek. They all knew about this funding before we did, and that left $160,000 for us to spend at our discretion. Mr. Matthews reminded me after we got Mr. Haney's memo that wait a minute, that's the funds that Senator Bergen got for us. So even though state Office of Budget Management says they got to be capital funds, if we take money from a capital funded project in our general fund, we can disperse it to these with no questions asked. And we can take this $630,000, put it in our general fund capital project, which would qualify to the State Office of Budget Management, and proceed.
So I've got a recommendation about that, and I think it's pretty much along the lines of what you're suggesting, if I may.
Yeah. One other thing, the Secretary of Natural Resources is coming down sometime in the very near future to actually to visit every one of these places. Specifically Shaw House, Aversboro, and what they're working towards on the Aversboro battlefield is to make that into a state park, and also Carver's Creek. That would give Harnett County, part of that park is already in Harnett County, but we don't have an entrance. So that's what this funding is for. And that would give Harnett County another state park. The Secretary of Natural Resources is coming down to tour all these. I don't know exactly when. I'm waiting for Senator Bergen to tell me when they're coming down. Curtis, your way.
Got about 200 acres in Harnett County.
I'm sorry.
No, absolutely. So after we were made aware of this the chairman provided me with contact information. I reached out to each of these agencies to kind of get an idea of what they were planning to do with the funds, because we have to submit a scope to the state before they will give us a contract before we can actually get the money. So the breakdown was, as you got before you, $50,000 to Aversboro Town Restoration Association, and that funding would be used for the renovation and restoration of the Shaw House. That would qualify, we believe, for capital per the grant. $100,000 to Aversboro Battlefield Commission. I spoke with a member of the commission, and at this point, their board had just met, and they were aware of the funding, but they did not have a plan for exactly how they wanted to spend it yet. $100,000 for the sheriff's office. I've reached out to Major McNeil with the sheriff's office, and they're looking at options. We do obviously have multiple capital projects related to the sheriff's office, but they've not identified a specific use of these funds that they're requesting. $120,000 to the Harnett County Fire Chiefs Association, and that would be used to purchase a new fire smoke training trailer to be used for training the public. That is a request that's come up before, actually from them to the county, and that would not qualify for the actual state grant funding, but per what we're talking about, we could figure out a way to do that. And then $100,000 for a Harnett County entrance to Carvers Creek State Park. And as the chairman mentioned, currently the only entrance to that park is in Cumberland County. I spoke with the Deputy Director of Planning and Natural Resources with the NC Division of Parks and Recreation, and he said they are planning to meet with DOT to obtain a cost estimate for the work. Because obviously I would estimate that project will probably cost more than the $100,000. But that does mean that the timing would be down the road as to when they'd be able to utilize those funds. And as the chairman mentioned, that leaves $160,000 that could be used for other county projects. So as I've mentioned, there are issues with eligibility. There are issues with timing. We've had inquiries from some of the agencies wanting to go ahead and get their funding, whereas others aren't ready to provide us with a scope, which would make it take longer to get that money from the state. And then the third issue is just management and oversight of the process if we're responsible for what these agencies are doing to the state. So with that in mind, our recommendation that would eliminate or minimize the issues that I've outlined would be to allocate $470,000 from the county's fund balance to either make the purchases on behalf of those agencies, such as the Sheriff's Office or the Chiefs Association through Emergency Services, or to provide the intended grant amount to these agencies directly from the county outside of the SCIF grant. We would have to develop basic grant agreements similar to what was previously done with the nonprofit process with each of these agencies, just kind of saying what they're doing with the funds and any reporting requirements to the county. But that would remove the issues with eligibility so long as they're used for a public purpose, which I've had an initial discussion with the legal department, and they believe, based on what is being requested, they would qualify. So in turn, the county would then use the $630,000 SCIF grant for eligible county projects. And those could be either the ones that staff originally submitted, or if the board had additional requests for how to use those funds, we can do that as well. And I can discuss in more detail what was originally submitted by staff if you'd like me to, or however the board would like to proceed.
I think that your last suggestion, I think we have to honor these commitments that Senator Bergen made.
The additional 160,000, my thoughts were, how much does it cost to get a driveway in a parking lot at Shawtown? Maybe we could use that funding for some of that project. I don't know.
I want to be clear on this. I want you to make it clear to me, but are there all these projects that these federal government grants from the local government infrastructure grants? these projects here have been earmarked, right? For that money.
Right.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
However, there are logistical issues with using that funding for the projects due to eligibility of some projects, due to how they were routed through the budget, and then the timing, because again, we've got to submit a full scope to the state in order to receive the funds, and some of them are ready to move right now, and some of them are not, and that it makes it simpler for the county, and it makes us more able to go ahead and fulfill this um, directive if we move forward with it in the way that was suggested.
I understand all of that. All I wanted to know that if this money was earmarked, if it's
Yes,
earmarked
ma'am.
for these projects.
It is.
that
Yes,
then-
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I got you.
What happens when they're doing the budgets? The legislative, the members of the legislature, they put in to the appropriations committees things they want to fund. And it passes. And they say, okay, we've got X number of dollars, you know, we got $6 million for the airport, or we've got, $630,000 for these different projects. They don't realize that it goes through the office of, state office of budget management, or it goes through the DOA or whatever. And there's some conjecture about, are they supposed to put restrictions on that money, or are they supposed to let it flow? You know.
And every grant comes through a different state agency, as
And
we've
that's
seen with
right.
the grants we're receiving. Yeah. That's exactly what happened.
And each one of them has got restrictions that they place on it, and that's not what the legislature intended. The legislature intended for that money to flow right down. But, I guess they have to justify their reason for being in Raleigh. I'm talking about the state agency, not the legislature.
So I think first, I guess the question would be, are you comfortable with the recommendation to take the funds out of fund balance to move those projects forward for the agencies that have been designated to receive them?
Yes, I'm good with that.
I'm good with it as long as it's gonna be replaced. I'm good with it as long as it's gonna replace, because you know how I am about fund balance.
I'm good as long as it'll be replaced.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll do that.
Okay, and then we'll move forward with whatever's needed to do that. And then the next item would be, how would you like for staff to handle the actual grant? And again, the chairman's mentioned the Shawtown project. We've presented a couple of options. One, there is a future project in the CIP for a concession restroom and maintenance facility at Neals Creek Park on the middle school side. That is a project, again, we were just looking for what could we possibly do with this funding. It's not a funded project in the CIP. It's not currently slated for any year. That was just really something that we thought we could move somewhat quickly on developing. And then the second one, which is a project that needs to move forward as quickly as it can, is the replacement of the windows in the two-story classroom building at Benhaven. We do have a legitimate quote for that project that would allow it to move forward. So I wanted to give you that information as you think about what your thoughts are moving forward with this funding.
I would suggest that we move forward on the disbursement of the 470,000, and that we hold a conversation on the 160 to the next work session.
Chair, actually what we're talking about is the full amount of 630, because when we give the 470 from fund balance for those projects, we now have to find $630,000 worth of projects
Okay. Yeah.
in
Instead
order
of splitting it
to
up.
use the full funding that's been provided, since we're using our fund balance out of general cash to fund those, then we have this money available for us to use for projects.
Mr. Chairman, may I share some information with the remainder of the board regarding the request for the Neals Creek Park concession restroom maintenance facility? Several years back, the Recreation Department, County Recreation Department, and the school system entered into an agreement to allow county recreation to utilize the athletic softball and baseball athletic fields at Harnett Central Middle School for recreational purposes when they were not being or were not needed for school activities. And along with that agreement, the Parks and Recreation agreed to County Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. Davis agreed to keep those fields maintained. It has been a good relationship for both parties thus far, from my perspective, with kind of a foot in both camps now. But one thing that has become a glaring need from feedback that I am receiving, and I'm sure Carl is receiving as well, is that there are no restroom facilities out there. There are there's no storage out there. And obviously with recreation using it now, whereas a middle school might have 10 softball and baseball games, now it's being used daily. I think that is a vital need. Since we do not have any funding identified to address that need, I would be very supportive of using that since we need to use this money on a capital project anyway, because I think it is going to benefit a good segment of that community that utilize those recreation facilities.
Any other comments? Everybody in agreement with Commissioner Matthews' recommendation?
What's our recommendation before he made his recommendation?
His recommendation is we take that $160,000 and apply it towards the $445,000 for concession, restroom, and maintenance facility at Hills Creek Park.
And if I may interject just a little bit, so we're taking care of the $470,000 entirely outside of this grant. And that still leaves the full $630,000 of this grant that we have got to allocate for something. So I think the recommendation and the request may be to take of that full $630,000 to completely fund the concession stand project at Neals Creek Park out of that funding, and that would leave some additional funding, and that's why staff had originally put that Ben Haven project in there to go ahead and move that forward. And that would satisfy the full grant, because until we give the state the full scope of work for what we're going to do with that grant, we can't get any of that funding.
I thought I had heard something about funding some of that Shoptown project.
I beg your pardon?
Prior to your motion, put the motion on the floor. I thought I heard something about funding the Shoptown project.
Right, and if I may, Commissioner McCoy, my recommendation does not eliminate that.
Okay.
Because the way I see it, what we've got to do is have capital projects to utilize that $630,000 that are ready or
okay.
quickly can be quickly ready to move forward with. Still, we're using we're talking about taking 470 out of our reserves to meet the earmarks, I guess, that came to us, and that would leave 160 out of that, which we could still have those discussions for as far as addressing some of those requests at Shawtown or other areas where the public spoke with us about. Am I accurate in that statement?
Correct. So of the $630,000, our estimate right now, and again, this is just an estimate, is for $445,000 of that funding would go towards potentially the Neals Creek Park project, and that would leave, if I'm doing some,
185,000.
Yes.
700.
Yes.
Something.
And that. The reason we put the Ben Haven project in there was that was roughly that number. We were trying to fill up the full $630,000, and it's shovel ready, so to speak. So if we were to certainly we can do whatever you would like us to do with that funding. If we were to add the Shawtown funding into that, it would require going out and getting, which we're going to get those cost estimates for what that work would require as well. But that's a decision for the board to make.
If we took the 630,000 and funded the Neals Creek project, that would leave $185,000. We could apply to Shawtown, we could apply to Benhaven, whatever the board wishes to do with that.
Correct.
If I understand, the need though is that until we can draw down the $630,000, we have got to have a plan to where that $630,000 is going to be.
Yes, we have to
spent.
provide a full project scope and budget to the state and initially, that's the next step. After we do that, they will give us a contract based on that scope, which then the board will have to approve. And then once we get that signed contract back to them, we will then get the money up front.
Right. So the problem with including a project that we don't have estimates for, it just delays being able to
delay the
draw
time
that-
it would take to
draw
do it.
down that
Correct.
money.
That's
Gotcha.
right.
Sure. But we don't have an estimate for neither one of those, the Benhaven, which is much needed, I'm sure.
We have
So
a
don't-
quote for the Benhaven project.
do have
We
a-
know exactly how much that one will cost.
Okay. So you know how much that one's gonna cost. That's the
And-
reason you can really add it into it now.
Yes, ma'am. And we have engaged an engineer to give us a cost estimate for the Neals Creek project.
Here's great. Okay, I got you.
So what
Do we fund,
What I would recommend is that we take these two projects that have been identified, go ahead and get that ball rolling so that we can draw down that money. And then we've talked about taking that 470 from fund balance for those earmark projects, but I think we still need to talk about what would be the remaining 160 when we have hard numbers with some of these other projects, and that would be a discussion for another day, the way I'm looking at it. So.
Well, the remaining 160 would actually, so we would use the remaining 160 out of the grant. But our request was not to add an additional 160 from fund balance. But, I mean, the board certainly, we've talked about the Shawtown projects in relation to the ARPA funds. We could add the Shawtown project in here as a placeholder so that in the event some of the costs of the concession stand are lower, any remaining funds could be used for that project. We're also going to, certainly limited, Kimberly, but we will receive some interest from these funds as well that can go directly back into the project. Very, very limited.
If I understood correctly, we were gonna take the whole 630,000
Correct.
out of fund balance.
Well, we would only be required to do 470 out of fund balance because those are the only projects that are not going to be our projects. In other words, that would be money pulled aside. So there'd only be 470 that would need to come out of fund balance. Because the other 160 that's considered remaining, we would already plan to do as a county project. And so that's where it stands. 470 would come out of the fund balance, and then the other 160 wouldn't need to. But we need to designate our $630,000 worth of projects so that we can submit a scope of work to the state in order for them to send us a contract to then get the money.
And that would be these two projects.
Yeah, and that's why we listed two projects that would accomplish that,
Right.
because we know those figures. So if you're okay with two phases of this, approving the 470 to come out of fund balance to take care of the projects designated, and then approving the submission of the Neals Creek Park Concession Restroom Maintenance Facility and the Benhaven Classroom window project, if you were to authorize that, then we would accomplish that, and then we can submit our paperwork.
Is everybody comfortable with
And
doing
then,
that?
excuse me, I'm sorry. And that would be take up the full six, what is it,
630.
670. Yeah, that would take up that full amount, right?
Yeah. And I think one of the things with the Shawtown project, I think we have identified a couple different ways we can handle that, either through the use of ARPA funding or the existing, there's still additional fund balance that's available. So when we get those numbers, we'll have two options that we can put towards that Shawtown project once we have the numbers. So we're not forgetting the Shawtown project. We're just going to look at a future funding source that we know one of those two funding sources is an option.
The ARPA funds, it allows us to not do one project, but to do 2 or 3.
Yes, sure.
That's good.
But I agree.
If everybody, okay, so
So there's two phases.
the
that we
consensus
were-
of the board is to take 470, disperse it, and submit to the state the Deals Creek project and the Ben Haven project.
Yes.
If you'll put that on the consent agenda, we'll approve it.
And if in terms of the direction, we'll provide the items needed to move that money from fund balance. We've actually developed, when we previously had developed a scope based on what we had recommended, that we can go ahead and send to the state if that's the board direction, and then the next thing that will come back before the board will be approval of that contract based on that scope, if that's amenable.
Yes. Brian, I have one more question. Not trying to put you on the spot, but this is an important question to me. All of these projects that we have agreed to, you have already analyzed the costs and everything that's involved in completing these projects. That has already been analyzed, right?
You're talking about the 2 county projects we're
Yeah.
submitting? Yes, ma'am.
That's what I want.
We have an estimate for the Neals Creek project, so I can't tell you exactly where that will come in. We're part of that estimate is for design, and then part of it, which we will do an RFP or an RFQ to solicit design services, and then they will design the project. But the initial estimate we've gotten for that project is that amount.
So, to make it very clear, I understand that very clearly, but you did say at one point that you have to have an estimate as the cost of it before we could approve the projects in this funding.
Yes, ma'am. What I've just told you that we've got for these 2 projects, we've submitted to the state under the initial assumptions, and they've said that is sufficient.
I got you. I just want to make sure that it's clear to the public
Yes, ma'am.
what we are doing here.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this? If not, thank you, sir.
All right, I'm trying to drag out my time with y'all.
Thank you, Brian.
All right, Mr. Hall, the great grant deadline and partnership recommendation.
All right. I get the exciting time of 12:15 to talk to you guys about a lot of numbers again. Let me get a couple of things going here. I am going to take over the computer, Melissa.
All right.
And make sure, yes. Let's start with this. Okay. So I'm here to discuss the broadband Great Grant application for 2022. There's lots of opportunities coming up this year, but this is the first round of the Great Grant that we're talking about at this point. Clicker wasn't on. So just to go over some key information, May 4th is the current application deadline. And the reason why we're on this agenda today is the original one was April 4th. And we had marked on the agenda that there may be a need for a voting item. But I think at this point we won't have to force that today, but that's up to you guys if you want to decide something today. So May 4th is the current deadline. $8 million per county. Brian already stole my thunder. I was picking on him earlier. So up to $8 million per county, $4 million per project. So that means every county has the option to get up to, or at least 2 projects at $4 million, but it could be more at a smaller amount. So that, just keep that in mind as we talk through this. And this grant must be applied by an internet service provider. So we cannot, as a county or anything, any entity other than an internet service provider, apply for this grant. Just a couple points of clarity. To bring this around to us and why we matter in this process, other than, of course, monies, is there's a great grant point structure that they've allotted in this, and I'm just going to kind of walk through this. And for us to help providers get more points to be able to bring a grant to Harnett County, there's a few things that we can do. Number one, we can say we'll match infrastructure. So that means providing use of our buildings, anything that makes sense to them, or providing use of our wireless towers like we're doing for Cloudwise, which all of these projects are fiber, so wireless towers won't play into that, but that's just an example of infrastructure match. That will give them 1 point if they do that. There's also a financial match. They get 1 point if Harnett County joins in with them financially, and they get 1 point if they join in with them by providing infrastructure. And then there's also the big one. They get 2 points if we use ARP funds to provide that financial match. So there's a potential that we can influence 4 points out of this point, or out of the Great Grant partnership for any provider that we decide to partner with. And we'll go through that as we go through some details of who has signed up for a potential partnership here in a little bit. So if we get all 4 points, that's great. So anybody that we sign up with and we say we're going to partner with them, we'll provide infrastructure, we'll provide financial match, and we'll provide ARP funding for financial match. That's 4 points. So now that, just to throw it a little bit of complication in there, there's a multiplier that they've done. And depending on the amount of bandwidth a provider is saying they can give to a household, they can get up to 3 times multipliers for it. So all of the people that we're going to be talking about today, all the providers, they actually have provided enough bandwidth, or are saying they will provide enough bandwidth to get 3 times. So our 4 points jumps to 12 points in their grant application, just because of this multiplier. So the total potential points with the multiplier, without the multiplier, is 28. With the multiplier, 72. I'm not going to go through the other points. That's all the provider stuff. It matters, but there's nothing we can really influence with it. So the county influence actually on all this stuff is about 14 to 16%. You tracking with me? So we do have a little bit of influence, and so anybody we decide to sign up with a partnership actually really bumps them up by a 10 or 15% mark in this grant application. So we're talking about, for this grant round, Brian mentioned there's 2.75 million allotted in the ARP funds, and then 2 million in the displaced funds. So we're talking about the ARP funds, and for this great grant round, the max that we would have to match for any one particular $4 million grant is $300,000. And I'll kind of talk through that in a little bit. But we put a little extra in there just kind of as a bumper. So on the next slide, I'll just give you some quick examples. So if we use ARP funds, one other benefit of us using our ARP funds is it reduces the overall match that the internet service provider has to have and the county has to have to participate in this grant. So it goes from 50 to 30 to 15%. So with ARP funds, it gives us 15% match. So that means the provider has to do 7.5%, and we have to do 7.5% to match to get all the good points in the grant. So that's the reason why I went over the points. Is we don't have to participate, but it just helps them get extra points. So we decided that if they do a full $4 million award for a provider, that we'd kind of give them a bonus of potentially $75,000 in the county side of things. So we would do $375,000, and the provider would have to do at least $300,000 to get their 7.5% match. Does that make sense? And then if they don't get the full $4 million, we just decided to do 7.5% to keep our math easy. So at $2 million, we do $150,000. Provider does $150,000. $1 million, we do $75,000. The provider does $75,000. Does that make sense? Okay. So that's our goal, just to give the providers that we decide to partner with as many points as possible. And then the other $2 million, there's $2.75 million of ARP funds that we're allotting towards this. The other $2 million we're kind of saving towards the CAB fund. because we don't need it to help them. We can't give them any more points in this particular round of the great grant by giving them. I mean, we can give them as much as we want to. We can go above the match in this round, and that's where the $375,000 comes in. But it really doesn't help them point wise, so it doesn't make sense. And so it makes sense to save the money for the next round in the CAB funds to be able to match more there. Okay. So, questions on any of that stuff? The first question I'll answer, that is my 7.5-month-old grandbaby. She's a beautiful little girl. Her name is Luna. So, I answered that question. Any other questions?
That was my only question.
So, okay. All right. You guys are making it easy, or it's just lunch and you're tired. So let's talk about the underserved, unserved stuff. I always go back and forth on all these grants. Right now, they seem to be focused on the word unserved. So that's anybody that's 25 megs, 25 3 megs, and below. So if you're 25 and 3, that's kind of the low threshold that they are willing to deal with in this grant. But like I talked about before, the multiplier, if you don't get above 100 megs, they won't give you any extra points. So everybody's above 100 megs and everybody's doing fiber. And that's why wireless is kind of eliminated in this process, because it's really hard to provide much more than 100 megs on a consistent basis through wireless at this point. So before we delve into the overview of the partners or the people that have asked us to partner, I wanted to look at this map with you guys. This is actually provided by the NC1 map. This is the Great Grant online mapping tool. So as you can see, I've kind of zoomed in here on Harnett County. If I check off what FCC considers to be 25 meg or less, it all turns pink. So everything that's pink in here is almost a guarantee that we could potentially get the great grant for. There's that'd be very unlikely that anybody could realistically protest these areas. But the problem is some of these areas are already covered by what's called RDOF, which is another federal grant program. So Charter, CenturyLink, and Starlink has won a lot of these areas. So if you look at anything that's gray that once was pink is no longer available for the great grant. Just to kind of explain that. And then the little bit of blue here in the middle was actually the 2020 Great Grant that was won by CenturyLink back in 2020. And so that's also not available for this particular round of Great Grant, just to give you that clarity. Sure.
So when we've said to you and to the public that we are very limited with what we can do for broadband, those pink areas are literally by statute the only areas that we can even provide funding to a provider to service. So that severely limits by statute what we're able to do to fund broadband.
Yeah, so that's why I'm kind of showing you this. The only other thing that's worth noting here, and you'll kind of see why I note this particular spot or these particular areas, is all the yellow ones. That is areas where the state has done their own survey work and have reached out to all the residents. So somebody in these yellow areas has responded saying they have less than 25.3 meg. So I don't know how many that means. They don't really give a lot of details, or I didn't find a lot of details on that. But somebody in those areas have said they are underserved based on the FCC rulings. But it's not FCC data, it's state gathered survey data. So just to clarify that, but that'll be important here in just a minute. So if we go back to my presentation. So the underserved, we talked about that, 25.3. The NC1 map was having issues, so I had this up here to review, but it actually works, so I'm going to skip that one. Based on those pink areas, I'll go back here, and all those pink areas right there that we showed you earlier, there is roughly 3,406 households or businesses in those areas that are unserved based on what the FCC and the state has decided in the households in those areas. So all that pink area equates to about 3,400 households. So, oops, I went a little too fast. So I gave each of you 2 pieces of paper. and some of them I just set there. So if you'll pick up the one that has the dollar amounts on it, and just talk about that as we go through this. So we're looking down the left side. The broadband, well, at the top is all the people that have reached out to us. There's 6 different providers that have reached out to us for partnerships or potential partnerships. All of them have provided or proposed fiber infrastructure, and there was a couple of them that proposed 2 different projects. But so I wanted to list that out and just kind of note that for you guys. But for the most part, we're just looking at project 1, which is all of the projects that are listed with the number 1 in front of it. The next thing down is the number of unserved homes that are going to be covered by a particular provider. If you look across that line, there's a range from 1,400 to 1,200 to 1,000, and then the Lumen Brightspeed is 12,500. The yellow spots that I showed you earlier, that's kind of where that plays into, and we'll discuss that a little bit more when we get to them specifically. The number of homes that are passed that are not unserved, so they already have broadband that's more than 25.3. That's that line. Some people didn't provide that exact number, but the numbers are there. I'm not going to read through every single one of them. Broadband max speed offered. Everybody's doing a gig or more. Once you put fiber somewhere, you can do just about anything. It's crazy. So there's really no limitations. It just depends on, and all of them have lower cost options than the 1 gig. So I'll use Team for example because they gave me some good numbers. I think their 200 meg connection is like $30 or $40 or something like that a month, and their gig is like $100 just to keep it round numbers. But they all have some low cost options. So if you're not able to afford a 1 gig connection, you still can get a lower cost, but they can provide 1 gig. Let's see, the requested grant match. So we sat down and discussed the opportunities here, and I left all their original requests here just for my rating system, which is really the second page that I put in front of you. The requested grant match was just a way for us to kind of say, well, CenturyLink or CloudWise is asking for this amount, so they're getting a higher or lower rating just because they're coming to us for a higher amount of grant match. But they have all agreed to a lower amount if they were over the $375,000. So they've all come back and said, yeah, we'll adjust our proposal with the fact that you're only willing to do up to $375,000. So I just left the original amounts that they'd asked for in here just for my rating side of things. And then the provider investment is down there for noting how much they would probably have to put into the project at what they had noted in the size of the project and all that stuff. Any questions on that? Lots of numbers, lots of things, but and I pulled all of this information off of the emails and the proposals that they provided to us. So I'd like to kind of walk through each one of them, just kind of show you the regions of the county they're covering, because I think that makes the biggest difference as far as you can see. And I tried to leave it pretty generic. I wanted to give you as specific as possible, but there's all those confidentiality and all the other 50 billion things that they don't want you to talk about. So as far as what they're covering, I just kind of marked it here in the little blue squares with the yellow shading over it. So CloudWise is planning on coming basically from the Sanford area all the way over to Dunn, trying to cover as much of that area as possible. And a little bit in the north they're going to touch. There's some spastic stuff throughout there, but they're trying to cover up a pretty good swath of the county, but there's still some open areas that they're not going to touch with this particular grant opportunity. And we'll go on to Spectrum and Charter. Charter's got a bigger swath that they're trying to cover. They're still leaving out some of the southwest part of the county. And the gentleman I spoke to, he mentioned that they're looking at the southwest, but it's going to be more of a combination with what they're doing in Moore County if they cross over. There's some issues there in the Moore County side too, so they're trying to figure out how that's all going to work. So they're really looking at doing a lot, and that's why their number is pretty high. There's almost 2,600 is what they're looking to cover out of the 3,600 total based on the state numbers of unserved households. Ting, and they're one of the unique ones. They actually, and I met with them yesterday just to clarify, to make sure they didn't really want us to join in with them. They don't want us to be anything other than say, hey, we're going to be your partner as far as supporting you being here in the county. They don't want money from us. And I said, are you know, nothing? You get more points. And they said, we're not ready for that. We're going to do this one on our own, but we would like a letter of support. So I recommend we give them a letter of support just because we want broadband, but they're not asking for any money. But then the bad thing about Ting right now, they're just interested in the northwest part of the county. But that's because they're bleeding over from Fuquay, and it makes sense.
You've got here northwest dash Andrew, but that's not what the map shows. The map
Did it?
just shows northwest.
Oh, shoot. I didn't draw my square big enough. Sorry.
So they are including Andrew in that?
Yeah, they
Okay.
kind of, yeah, they're heading towards Andrew. They really are. That's kind of what my feelings were, just about anything from Andrew to
Oh, and I
Fuquay.
tried to get them there, how many years ago? 6?
They're willing to come now, though.
Yeah, they want to come now.
It was probably when I was drawing the map, I was looking for pink areas, and I just didn't get over far enough. But of course, the Great Grant is just going to cover the pink areas, but as you can tell, they're putting an investment in on their own without even asking us for anything. So,
Got to give them a letter if they want. That's all they want.
yeah. And he said, I thought I would have it by now, but he said he would give me an example letter that we could go by, and of course, we'll run all this through legal too to make sure. But anyway, Ting. So Loomis North State, that's the unheard of probably for most of us. They're a new provider that's kind of coming about, and actually they've taken a lot of Lumen's employees and sucked them over to this Loomis North State. So they seem interesting. They seem like they've got some good plans together. I guess the problem with them is they're a complete unknown, and they're not covering a lot of our county. They're really starting going from Sanford to about a Lillington area. So I'm not sure that that's the best choice for us at this point. And then Conterra, they're basically covering the same area that Loomis North State is, roughly. And unique thing about Conterra is they've got a pretty big presence here already. They didn't rate high on my scale. They were actually the lowest on the second page. If you look at the second page, they rated lowest just because of the small project, the amount of grant money they were asking for, and just the number of served homes, and that they had the lowest numbers in several facets. The only reason I hesitate not to basically eliminate them is they've got fiber throughout all of our county to every single school, to every single library, and to lots of other businesses already. So their infrastructure is here, and it's pretty well spread out. And also along with that, CloudWise is looking at using them as in different spots too. So they're already kind of partners on that side too. So even if Conterra doesn't win this broadband and CloudWise does, they're going to win some broadband or a great grant through this process. So just bring that up. Is that the last? Oh yeah, Lumen Brightspeed. So this is the most complicated one. Everybody else's numbers kind of look normal. They're all the same. But Lumen Brightspeed, they have some exceptions in theirs, and that's all the yellow spots out there. And because of who they have a lot of insights into where they don't have service at, because just about all those yellow spots in those blue squares, the only thing they're not looking at covering is what's Windstream territory, which is in the western part of the county. They can cross that border, but they have no infrastructure there, so there's a lot of cost extra there, and they probably will at some point if they continue on this path. But right now they're just looking at expanding in their areas, and they've really got a unique plan put together. So there's lots of gotchas on all this. So the reason why no one else is going after these yellow areas is because there's a protest opportunity. And Lumen, CenturyLink, whatever you want to call them, Brightspeed soon, I'll talk about that in a second, is really the only one that can protest these areas because Spectrum, they offer the service that's there. If they have service, they offer what they need already to meet these specifications. So Let's see. So what Lumen has, they have all the internal data. They know what's there. They know they can meet those areas, and they can provide all that information through this great grant process to the state. So they have a lot of extra insider knowledge because of their location here. And so that means that they were able to reach, in their eyes, a higher number beyond the 3,600 that the state initially said of unserved households. They say they're going to be able to reach around 12,500 of unserved households, and that's because they're hitting all these yellow areas. If any of these other providers try to go in the yellow area, CenturyLink's just going to immediately say, nope, we've got service there, you can't do it. And so that's a problem. So, and then they also asked for a fairly sizable match, but they're also got the biggest project because, again, they know where places are at to get to the unserved areas. The other problem that I have right now is, well, it used to be Sprint 2000 timeframe. It used to be Embark to early 2000s. It used to be, now it's CenturyLink. Well, it was CenturyLink. Now it's Lumen, and in August it's Brightspeed. I just can't guarantee you they're going to be what they say they're going to be, in the next 6 months. So that's my big problem at this point. So that's the overview of the providers that have asked us to partner with them. On the second page, if you want to look at that for a second. No questions yet. I went through and I ranked them and I set out different criteria that I felt like was important based on the specs that they were sent and what the grant is asking for. Existing partnership was the only unique one that I added in. I felt like CloudWise needed some bonus points because they've been with us for the last 2 years trying to make this happen for us. And I say bonus points, but they've really been walking with us through these things and trying to figure it out with us. So that's why I included that. I actually gave Conterra a couple of points in there. No one else got points in the partnership because no one else has worked with us very well. But Conterra has really worked hard with us on a couple of projects that we've put fiber between fire departments and us, towns and us, and then of course the schools and the library. They just really have been more of a community partner with Harnett County government than any of the others outside of CloudWise. So just that's the reason why they got any points on that. And then the rest of them are kind of self-explanatory. The number of unserved homes, to me, that was the number one important thing. That's why I got a 30% weight. And you can look through the rest of the numbers. So any questions on any of that? Lots of numbers, lots of stuff.
What's the name of the company? There used to be a company out of Florence. And they've already got fiber coming up 95. And it splits and done. It was out 55.
Oh, you're talking about
What's the name of that company? I can't think of the name of it.
they're another one that they've been bought out a couple of times. I forget. Yeah, those were early meetings that we had around all this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember their name, but I hadn't heard from them in a long time. Spirit Communication.
Spirit. They started out as Spirit.
Yeah, there's somebody else now.
Yeah, they've been bought, like you said, a couple of times.
Yeah.
I mean, they've already got fiber in the ground here.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they're not responding.
Yeah. Well, and then Conterra, up until this grant round, every word I've ever heard out of their mouth is we're never going to do residential. And now they decided to do residential. So maybe Spirit was in the same boat that they just weren't planning on doing residential and are not going to do residential. So if there's no more questions on any of that, I guess the next thing is, what are our next steps? Well, my first thing was the ARP fund approval, which I think we just got that done. So I'm not going to bring that back up. I think we're good. We'll move on to the next step. Who to partner with? I'm going to go ahead and put it out there. I think we need to partner with CloudWise. We've been in this too long with them not to jump in this with them. My question to you is, who else would you want to partner with? Each one of these really in the end is only putting in one project. Is there somebody that jumps out based on my rating or based on your understanding of what's going on? And I believe Ting has already we've decided that we're going to send them a letter of support, but, that's an easy, piece of paper and sent to them. So, but is there somebody else that we'd like to sign up with?
Need anybody besides Cloudwise and Ting?
Charter and Spectrum, or Charter Spectrum, they ranked the highest without your weighted score of giving that to Cloudwise because of the existing partnership.
Right.
So that number kind of jumped out at me. But
yeah. I honestly was fairly impressed with what he had to say and the numbers that he showed us. I guess the only downside on Charter Spectrum is they are an incumbent and they are, why aren't they doing more now without this? But that's just my 2 cents too.
And if I may, I think one option that we had discussed, because at the end of the day, our goal in using these ARP funds, our goal in applying for in partnering to apply for these grants is we would like to receive some grant funding to offset the cost to our residents. So from the county level, our goal is not necessarily to pick winners and losers. It's to help get projects funded that will expand broadband in the county. We have an existing partnership with Cloudwise that we engaged in through the RFP process. So they are our ISP partner. However, through this particular great grant, we are allowed to partner with other ISPs as well. And that's why we've gotten these requests. That's why we're having this discussion with you. One option that we discussed was not necessarily to choose one or the other, but to offer to partner with all of them. But we would only partner if they receive the grant. If they don't receive the grant, there's no partnership. But that would allow us to maximize our funding, assuming that you could have, in theory, 6 providers that receive a total of $8 million in the grant funds, because the county's maximum is that $8 million. So one option to you would be to allow a partnership with every entity, knowing that we're only going to have to fund matches for $8 million of projects total. Is that kind of so you may not have to choose one versus the other and let the great grant funding process decide which projects should be the most eligible, because we know from our past history with applying for great grants, if we pick 1 or 2, we may get nothing. So that, I think, is one option to maximize the amount of funding we could receive for this priority.
And I appreciate that. That helps clear up what I was getting ready to ask. I may have had a little bit of brain fog at the beginning there, maybe because it's 1 o'clock, I don't know. But at any rate, let's say, just take Cloudwise and Charter, for example, and from what we saw, but basically their territory would have overlapped in a lot of places. So I'm assuming that they both would not get the grant.
That's correct. Once they if they apply for the same area, there's a point of negotiation that the state grant office does with both providers to figure out who could really serve it at the lowest cost.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, it's a little bit of competition there.
So if we were to agree to apply to partner with any of them that were able to secure that grant, then that would, we might have an option to have, one that had one little corner up here and then a broad place.
Yeah, exactly.
Spirit and Loomis, now known as Sacred.
So you're saying that Loomis is Segra and Spirit Loomis, or I don't know. Loomis is going through the same.
Loomis Networks. I don't know if that's the same as.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I didn't research the history of that company.
Loomis and Spirit. Consolidated.
Well, that may be where North State's coming from, because they said they're the same thing as Lumen's doing. They're going to Brightspeed. Loomis is kind of moving their name to North State.
You got that stadium down in Fayetteville, Sacred Stadium.
Yeah.
Well, I would just, going back to the most recent comments and based on our recent track record with regard to great grants, if we could, You know, if it's the possibility there that we could agree that we'll partner with whomever is able to secure the grant, I would be in favor of that.
Okay.
I think a lot of it had to do with the fact of was there anyone we didn't want to partner with? I mean, we have the capability of saying we'll support all of you, but if we've had a bad history with a provider that in other words, we wouldn't want to be a partner with them, then knowing that information and making that decision, the really, as Brooks just mentioned, Commissioner Matthews just mentioned, it is something that we could partner with all and let the state decide. The state's going to look at this in much more detail than we are as to who should be funded, who has the capability, who they believe will serve the most unserved. And I think that's the possibility. And that's what we want. We want them to choose and support the area that's most unserved.
I agree with that. I know. I spoke to the team. So they told me they had already secured the grant, but I don't know if that's true. But,
Sounds like they talked to some strong people in the state level, so we'll see.
Yeah, they talked to some strong people. I can let you know that because I have those facts myself. So, but I agree. We should partner with all of them, and in that way, we'll see what they have to offer. If they do have the grants, how far that would carry us.
Our main partner will be Cloudwise, right?
Cloudwise as well. Yeah. But we got to partner with Cloudwise because they was there from the beginning, right?
Right. So do you need us to, not today vote on it, but vote on it, like, put it on the consent
Yeah,
agenda
the
for
next
Monday?
action, April 4th, we'll do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, if you'll put that on the consent agenda.
Yeah, I guess that's the last thing that I had to talk about was partnership agreements that we'll have to enter into. So if we decide to do all of them, there is a formal partnership agreement that we'll have to enter into and review and get that before you guys to be able to be signed off. Thomas and I had discussed on last week that we thought we were going to have everything done by this coming Monday, and that we could maybe appoint, or if you guys were willing, we could appoint maybe Mr. Trout to sign off on these agreements. But since we have some time frame, it may be best just to leave that with you guys and let it be voted and signed off on as it normally would be as the chairman. But that is an option if we get too tight.
With that being said, could I ask one more question? Obviously, or at least I'm not in this arena. Is there anything that would maybe we should not consider agreeing to partner with one of these companies?
No, honestly, I'd like to say some that I'd like to not partner with, but that's just opinion. And when they came to me and presented their findings, we sat through I sat through most of them. Well, I sat through all of them. I shouldn't say that. And we had a few others that were joint, but all of them actually impressed me with their plans and their desires to spread out through the county. It seemed like they had a clear plan of hitting those areas. Some of them were pretty thorough, actually. And so I'd like to see them all. I wish they all could get the money and they all could do what they planned and hit the households, but that's not a possibility. So.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep. We good?
Thanks, sir.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Price, you want to talk about the other grant? This is a federal grant, so we're going up.
That's
Yeah,
right.
it's federal.
That's right. This is a federal grant. Thank you, Chair. So this is through the U.S. Department of Transportation, the agency of the Federal Aviation Administration, which is the FAA. Fiscal year 2022 bipartisan infrastructure law. You'll hear that referred to as BIL, which is the Airport Terminal Program. It's a new program that aims to address the aging infrastructure of the nation's airports by upgrading, modernizing, and rebuilding airport terminals and sponsor-owned airport traffic control towers. This came very quickly. As far as the process is concerned, Chairman Weatherspoon, Vice Chair Nickel, Brent, and I had a very good meeting last week with one of our engineer of records, and this is kind of where this came about. And the Chairman, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you met with Campo, and it may have been brought to your attention about this particular grant, which I appreciate because we have looked into this really strong over the last couple of weeks and feel that this is going to be in the best efforts of Harnett County to move forward. There's a very tight time frame. I had to do the pre-application last week. I sent it in Friday. It was due yesterday at 5 o'clock. So what this is we're requesting $7 million. There's no ceiling on that. So we're requesting $7 million to help build the terminal for Harnett Regional Jetport. There is a 10% match as far as the category that we fall into. So currently right now you've got a 40-year-old terminal. It's 1,900 square feet. We're looking at going a little over 7,000 square feet and also house the Economic Development Director's office in that. So that helps in that. As I was filling this out with the help of our engineer of record, I was very impressed with checking off all these boxes and feel really comfortable with this. So I guess what I'm asking for today is your support of the pre-application that I've already filled out because I had to do it last week. And then anything moving forward, you would give Mr. Trout and I permission to move forward with any type of grant application to help with the $7 million to hope we can obtain that. And you will hear from that in June. So this is not going to be drug out. So that's only a couple of months.
Was it 7 million or 7.5?
I believe we said seven.
7 million, I think, and then you add in our 700,000 match.
Oh, okay, because I was under the impression, I thought I heard him say 7.5. Meeting.
Hang on, I got the application right here.
Yeah, what did you submit on the application? They worked, with Talbot and Bright on the dollar amount that was necessary. They adjusted the cost of the terminal from the 6 million that we originally looked at with all the site improvements and everything up based on current bidding that they're seeing across the state. So what did you put down?
I put down total estimated project cost of 7 million. Amount of funded requested would be 6.3. That's less than 10%. Okay, so we have a 700,000. 10%.
6.3 million in grant, 700,000 our match.
That's right.
And if we get this grant, so the board, keep the board informed here. If we get this federal grant, what that would allow is the 6 million we got from the legislature, we could use that for
Other airport
hangars,
improvements.
Other airport improvements.
Anything we felt we wanted to do at the airport that relates to the airport would then be able to be done, which
basically what it would amount to is you get this grant, we, except for $700,000, we get a free terminal. And we still have over $5 million that we can use for other, I guess we can we use the state funds as our matching?
I don't know that we would. I think what we would use is the ARPA funding that we have. That's 700,000 out of that 2.5 million.
2.5 million.
That's unencumbered, our money.
Okay.
And we could use that, and then the 6 million from the state, which has got to go towards an airport improvement, that would give us $6 million.
That's true. So that'll help tie that up from where you were a while ago.
Well,
so if we happen to receive this, you've got that 7, you've got the 6 from SCIF, and if you need to match that, you could pull that out of your ARPA.
We've got to relocate a road and.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We may not have, if we keep it in the same place, we wouldn't have to relocate the road.
No, we wouldn't.
Yeah. And so in that meeting, we also.
Go to the other side and start building hangars.
Yep.
That's right. That's exactly right. We also had the chair of the airport committee in the meeting as well, so with Commissioner Nickel and Weatherspoon. So
this could speed the process up for our airport by years, and use other people's money to make our airport what you've been envisioning the last couple of years, with maybe 3 brand new big hangars or 2 big hangars and T hangars, depending on what the priority you would put as to what comes next.
that's right.
The estimate is 100 by 100 hangar. It's $2 million. 120 is 2.5. Do we need to vote on this today, or can we put it on Monday?
Yes, we put it on the agenda so that you could take a vote, and that's what I would recommend, because as we went through the meeting and we realized the filing deadline was the 28th, and I'm technically supposed to get your approval prior to submitting, yet I wasn't gonna face the opportunity of missing out on 6.3 million, so what we're doing is trying to clean up the action steps that are required by the board in order for us to apply for the grant. I figured one day late wouldn't be a problem, so.
I make a motion that we authorize the Mr. Price and Mr. Trout to apply for this grant and move forward.
Second.
Motion and second. Any comments or any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Motion carried unanimously, Madam Clerk.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, sir. Hey, you can go to lunch. Okay, next item is discussion on the public comment, the rules of procedure pertaining to the public comment periods. Has everyone had an opportunity to read this and look at it before we got here today? Are there any changes or other discussion about this, or things that we'd like to see different? This is the time to.
I was looking at, on the back page back here in red, that's the one we want to change it to.
Actually, we're gonna change it to the one that's the old one. The one in black is the old one. Okay.
What was that?
Yep, the one with the red marking is what it will be changed to.
Yes.
And really, the biggest change is that we removed the comments regarding avoid repetition for groups of individuals, etc. Added in, please silence all electronic devices. We moved what was paragraph D up into paragraph B, and then we add an additional paragraph that's in red there below, which requests that individuals sign up for the meeting prior to, by contacting the clerk, either electronically, or they can come and sign up in person. We'll pull the list at 5 minutes prior to the meeting so that the chair has it prior to the start of the meeting. And that would be those are the changes. So more minor changes. A lot of it is to have organization, to understand how many speakers we'll have that night, so the chair knows whom to call on. He would call on those individuals in the order that they requested, which then will give us more order as we go through the meeting, less jockeying for position to stand up here and talk.
And that's something that we actually had implemented the old building prior to coming over here.
And it was the common practice that I had in my prior jobs as well, that you signed up prior to the meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Commissioner McCoy. I welcome the change. It's something that we need. Also, I would love to see a deputy here.
Yes, we have confirmed and reconfirmed that with the sheriff. I had a meeting with him yesterday, and he will ensure there's a sheriff deputy here. I've asked him to have him here 15 minutes prior to the start of the meeting. And that way, if I don't see the deputy here prior to the meeting, I can make a call and make sure that there's not an issue with having them here by the start of the meeting.
I thank you simply because we are here to serve the county and the citizens of this county. We should not be subjected to events that could erupt into something that's not safe for all of us, not only for us, but for the citizens of this county.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question on B.
Yes, sir.
Where it says proper decorum, down below there it says obscene and profane language. But some people don't see eye to eye on what that is. I wonder if we could add a subsection in there and explaining what proper decorum is. What is obscene, profane language? Because a lot of people use that on a regular basis, and we don't want to be disrupted by that in here. And also down in D, the last word, pecuniary interest.
Curse words.
I'm sorry.
I said you want to outline some specific curse words in there.
Oh, you can
can't use.
You can take it. Also, Mr. Chairman, on D at the very end, it says pecuniary interest. I don't know that most people know what that means.
We'll have Chris
So
comment.
I guess, I mean, it just depends on how much further, or if it's just a word change, or how much further you want to go into the definition. So obscene, profane language. Obviously, what's profane isn't, I guess, probably up for interpretation. But obviously, the idea is you're worst, the worst of the curse words when you're looking at that, or obscene when you're talking, innuendos, sexualized comments like that, or other very visually disruptive descriptions.
Well, I think we've heard some of those words in here.
Right. Now, I would say some words are probably not, would fall under profane. So you've got some which I know traditionally could have been considered as curse words, and now today's times they're not so much. They're more commonly used. There's a few words I think are more commonly used now these days. So if you want to have an expansion on that, I could come up with something that would fit within, I would feel within reason.
I'm just thinking this, we don't want to be used as a platform for somebody's opinions on certain things. We don't want them coming here disrupting by using profane language, obscene language, and we've heard that in here. It disrupts a lot of this. So if we could say, well, we've got, you don't need to use that language in proper decorum, I'm not sure a lot of people know what that means.
I mean, I don't see why you can't just say no profanity. No profanity language used.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner McCoy. I think something to the effect of no profanity, but
it's the only caution I give into trying to tease that out any further than saying profane or profanity is you can overword something. You can, when you start trying to give examples and don't include others, or what may be, it can be a bit subjective of what's profane, what's not profane. I think it's just within reason of how's the person acting, the tone and everything. Because if you have someone come up here and saying, well, dang, not saying dang, and just put kind of off the cuff, but then it can be used in different ways in another setting. So it's there are obviously certain words that should be prohibited, but I caution trying to define or provide examples of every word, because I think it comes down to each.
I think if
issue.
You just put cuss words and
Sure. I mean, if you want to change it to just personal attacks and use of profanity shall be prohibited, if you want to limit it to that.
I want to limit it to that, because we should not sit up here and be subjected to that type of language. So I don't see why we're sitting here discussing this. Anyone that can come through that door can come in here with professional attitude to say anything they want to say to us, but not sitting up there cussing us out and all that kind of stuff. I just don't. And that, to me, that type of language provokes violence.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and it's not, and not only, I'm offended at some of the language that's been used in the past. I'm offended for my fellow commissioners sitting up here. I'm offended by staff, Kimberly sitting here, Melissa sitting here, and also people in the audience. There are women out there.
And on the airwaves.
Pardon me?
And on the airwaves. This is
And on the
broadcast.
airways, that's right. We have to think about that today.
Maybe we could put offensive, profane language.
How would that be, Chris, if we say no offensive? Of course, what's offensive to me may not be offensive to Matt.
This is true.
Right. I think in general, I think the society generally understands what profanity is, but when you start getting to what's offensive to someone, gets a little stickier. Now, going to your proper decorum again, if you want to kind of reword that, we can, but the idea is just maintaining proper order. So you come up here, speak to everyone up here, not yelling at each other in the
I
audience.
think no profanity pretty much covers it. I
Well,
mean, if you see no profanity, even in elementary school, okay,
Well,
like we
we
understand what that means.
Yeah, and we say right here, personal tax and use of obscene language. Again, that's a gray area, you know, what's obscene to me may not be obscene to you, but I think most people understand what we're saying.
Mhm.
You know,
And it's the
when
chairs.
when we have a man walk out the door and tell a deputy to go, have relations with himself, to me, that's obscene language.
And that'd be example kind of going into obscene is the kind of sexualized or things like that are clearly are improper in a public setting in front of everyone here.
And it is the chair's responsibility to obviously call that, and it's a tough responsibility, but I think based on last time, you've been able to show that you know where that is. So
Right.
I think we're in a good spot. I think you have a good feeling, and you can talk amongst your fellow commissioners as to what you see as to being across the line as it relates to this, and be able to make that call.
Right. Is ideas give warnings. Some people I know blurt out something without intentionally. You got other people who intentionally come up here. So it's
Well,
case by
like
case,
you
really,
said,
of how
where,
to
where
address
you
it.
draw the line. I mean, if they say dang or something, a little stronger than that, but as opposed to something else. I mean, I'm probably not going to gavel them down if they say that, but if they get disruptive like the last meeting, yeah.
Well, we have somebody, maybe more than one, that comes up here with sole purpose, is just to disrupt the meeting.
Yeah.
So we need to put I don't know how to change proper decorum and maybe just civil action, or I don't know. how to explain that.
So the procedure what should be is try to give warnings and talk them down, because most people can. Some people just get a little upset and then just takes calm them down, give them a warning. Obviously, that's out the window if someone comes up here and starts making threats, and you need to get someone up, the deputy up here immediately, have them removed. But the idea would be see how they are, give them warnings, say, sir, ma'am, calm down, that's not appropriate. See if they do it again. Give them a few chances. If they continue on, that is a point in which a deputy could be called up here. There is specific statute, 143-318. I forget why, quite a bit. There's a statute. It's a class 2 misdemeanor if someone disrupts a meeting and continues to disrupt the meeting after being told to stop, or refuses to leave after being told to leave. That is a class 2 misdemeanor. So that's already by statute that you can remove.
But if they come up here and disrupt the meeting, then we have to warn them.
That would be my suggestion. Unless it's an immediate threat of harm or something like that, I think the idea is to give the individual an opportunity, because you don't want someone coming up here, use a profane word and say, get out. Because it really depends on the situation. You have to feel what the speaker is doing. Because you want to give a chance for them to calm down. People come in here, they are going to be a little angry, but sometimes all it takes is, we understand you, if you just please watch your language, which we've had to do, and it usually works. There's no set rule on that. It's just, you have to take it on a case-by-case basis, depending on what the speaker's doing, what they're saying. But there is obviously a point at which if the person continues to be disruptive and you ask them to leave, they don't leave, there is criminal action to that. That'd be taken. That'd be the point of having a deputy here, is to then escort them out.
Should that not be to the discretion of the chairman?
I'm sorry?
143-318.17.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Should that not be up to your discretion as to how to conduct, what to say to these people that comes in here and use profanity and all?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I think that should be up to the chairman.
That is the role of the chair. Now, court.
That
Sorry.
ultimately falls in,
Right.
becomes my responsibility
Right.
to.
But then all you need to put it in, no profanity.
Right. And another commissioner could say, point of order. If they feel like they're taking offense to what's saying, they could simply say, point of order, Chair, I think he's violating our public comment rules.
Right.
And then that would trigger you to make an action or whatever. Because if it is being a personal attack, to one other commissioner, they can call a point of order, Chair. I think I'm being personally attacked here. We need to redirect this conversation.
So, right here is we can take that down to profanity. Do you want me to tweak the proper decorum at all, or leave that as is?
Well, my point with that is I don't know how many laymen understand what proper decorum means.
Right. I mean, maybe just as simple as proper order. Just a simple word change like that.
It's just a thought.
Maintain order. Yeah. Yeah, decorum might be interpreted quite slightly different by folks. So we'll get there.
I believe you can handle it.
Let me ask this, if, the change to the word decorum, we make that, is the board good with the rest of this, as laid out? If so, Madam Clerk, will you put the approval of this pending the change of that one word? Would you put this on the consent agenda for Monday?
Yes, sir.
And we may have, thank goodness, Monday is a 9 o'clock meeting. Because revaluations, if you've been reading.
Yeah, I think having it on consent for approval will establish that requirement at the very beginning of the meeting. Yes.
Might as well have lunch served, man. Might as well have lunch served.
Well, no, they only, for this, they only get 30 minutes, thank goodness.
It's a long 30 minutes.
All right. Mr. Trout, you want to talk about appointing Mr. Lockamy to, as the Harnett
Yes,
County
we had a
representative?
request that Ms. Stewart's time on the board was going to expire on the Southeastern Economic Development Commission Board would expire on April 30th, 2022. I did a little looking at what the current membership of the board is and identified that most of the members on the board are either county managers or their economic development staff person, their director. And so now that we have Christian on board, feel like it's time we make that change and put him as our representative on this board. Ms. Stewart's done a great job on this board. She even, as you mentioned, was serving as the secretary treasurer for the board. So been a very valuable member of that, but it's, I think, time to transition it over to having our director represent us on this commission.
If no objections, we will put that on the consent agenda for approval on Monday to appoint Mr. Lockamy to that position. All right, Mr. Trout. Manager's report.
It's been a long meeting. I have nothing further to delay this adjournment.
Has anyone had an opportunity to look over the agenda for Monday? See if there's anything that you want to change. New business. Can we bring up an item that's not on the agenda today?
Do we?
Pardon?
What?
Can we discuss an item that's not on the agenda today?
If you had a question for me, follow up.
Well, the question has been raised about the appointments. Specifically, the Harnett County Commission for Women and Youth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all boards and committees. I hope they're coming to the board for approval before they automatically reinstate a member for another term. It's been brought to my attention that make sure that all these committees are doing that, and not just necessarily rubber stamp these people for
I'll follow
continued
up on that.
membership. And on the Commission for Women and Youth, District 1 has one member. We recently changed that to have a member and an alternate for each district. The board is asking to remove a person from District 2, which puts them down to 3 members.
It would then put them down to their 2.
It would put them at 2?
Current,
Okay.
that just lists the current membership, so that would take them down to 2.
Okay. District 1 has 1 person. District 2, if we approve this request from the committee, would give them 2. District 3 has 2. Districts 4 and 5 both have 3. I think we need to remove 1 person from each of those districts.
I think we were going to do that through attrition, if I remember. Was that?
Right, I think the original idea was once their term ends, we don't replace them, but, that board does, allows for removal, because it's serves that.
Attrition, attrition, but don't have any new members.
Well, do we know when the people in those 2 districts, do we know when their terms are?
Yes, I think I included that with the attachment. Let's see. District 4 and 5.
If they're this year, we could do attrition. If they're next year or the year after, then.
And this is one of those boards that you all created, it's not statutorily created, so these types of members serve at will, so it is at the end of the day, there's a decision on that.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
I see you have highlighted here that, I'm supposed, well, District 1 only have 1. Is this the time, the next meeting, I select appointment for a person to serve in that, on that board?
Actually, we've got 2.
We have 2 people here that received applications.
Yes, ma'am.
From District 1.
Right.
Am I supposed to select 1 person for that position?
You could make a motion for one of those
For
to
one.
be, yes, ma'am, for
Okay.
one of those seats, yes, ma'am.
That's what I want to know.
Okay.
There is one on, in District 5 that will expire at the end of August of this year for District 5. District 4, it looks like it would be 23.
Do we want to go another whole year?
I think we can sure look at taking action to be able to remove that person and bring the board down to its newly designated number. If we, I think, look and see, I'm not sure which individual that would be eliminated, but we could look at bringing a recommendation based on numbers.
Why don't you talk about that
Yeah.
first?
Yeah, we'll work through that.
You want to put that on your list with the first?
Yeah.
Actually, it'll be Friday. We're meeting Friday.
Okay. Yes, that's right.
Mr. Chairman, I now speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Just one more subject. These board appointments is a recommendation come from the county commissioners because they are representing our districts, right? Okay, now, once we appoint a person, recommend a person to be appointed to those commissions, when their term is over, when their term ends, and this has not been done in the last couple of years, I think that the recommendation should come back. Should come back to the county commission.
Okay.
Whether that person continue to serve, if that person should be replaced by another person. And that has not been done. I think that we, as county commissioners, we know our constituents in our districts, and we should not give up that opportunity to appoint these people to serve in our district. And if we don't have a person in mind, then I think it should go to, for the county to, if someone had called in or someone has written in that want to serve on those boards, then I would think that we should take that under consideration. And I go further to say, if someone contacts Melissa, want to serve on, say, my board, one of my boards, District 1, I think that recommendation should come to me
Yeah,
as to whether we agree to, for that person to serve.
Yeah, I fully appreciate that, and obviously being new, I didn't realize that was not occurring, so we will make sure to address that and look at the list of, as people are, that, especially those that are recommended by the commissioners, that as they're coming due, that we're bringing that back to you to weigh in as to whether you want to reappoint or seek a different appointment from someone else.
Do we currently have a policy that takes care of what Commissioner McCoy's asking? If not, could we just come up with a?
Yeah.
I don't want to over legislate this thing, but could we just do a brief policy to cover that?
I imagine somewhere it already is saying that, it's up to the commissioner.
Yeah, a policy procedure related to that, I think is appropriate.
The reason I say policies change just like that.
I'll sit down with Ms. Capps and we'll figure something out.
Anything else from the board? Dwight, I don't think we have need for a closed session. Good. I will entertain a motion to adjourn then.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion and second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you for your patience.